Gentlemen, good morning. And welcome to all of you, to all in the room, and also to all following us online. This is a civil-military cooperation event. I was just discussing with my head of division this morning that fortunately or unfortunately, civil-military cooperation is more important than ever today. What we try to do today with our discussion is to facilitate the EU Military Mobility Pack released back in February. And our topic is civil-military cooperation in both of its air traffic management and CNS domains. We try to understand today how to facilitate that by getting policy insights, by getting ATM strategic views, by listening to our operational stakeholders to understand what are their requirements, and then to check what solutions are available today and what is prepared for tomorrow, so that to try to close any gap that can exist. Civil-military cooperation and air traffic management are key facilitators to air mobility in Europe. That's our message, and that is what should trigger the discussions today. We will have two big waves of discussions, one in the morning facilitated by my colleague Mariana, and the other one in the afternoon. We hope that you have seen the agenda, so I will not go into the details. We try to be interactive with you as well, so those participating in the room will have the possibility to access a QR code and to send us questions. At the end of almost each session, we will have a questions and answers possibility where the speakers will provide you some insights on your concerns. Without any further ado, I invite my head of division, Major General Carsten Stoye, to open the event. Thank you.
Remo, thank you very much. You see, you know how good my people are. They can talk without any concept, but I have something here, you know, to deliver to you today. Good morning to everybody. I'm very happy and very glad that you all find the way here to EUROCONTROL, but I also want to welcome those who are not able to come, but they are connected virtually and digital to us. So good morning to everybody. The topic of this forum, enabling European Union military air mobility, reflects a challenge that has moved rapidly to the center of the European agenda. It is therefore very appropriate that we come together now, bringing civil and military perspectives into the same room, with a shared determination to turn strategic intent into practical progress. I mean, that's great, huh? That means we need to operationalize things more than ever. If we look at the agenda published for today's forum, the structure itself tells an important story. The event is designated not simply as a series of presentations, but as a working platform for senior stakeholders to explore practical solutions, strengthen interoperability, and examine how air traffic management and CNS services can better support effective and timely cross-border military mobility. The focus on the resilient and reliable service provision, on dual-use dimensions, and on sharing lessons from CESAR civil military activities is particularly important. It shows that this forum is not about abstract policy alone. It is about implementation. It is about identifying what needs to change in practice, where cooperation needs to deepen, and which solutions are mature enough to move forward. The practical emphasis is entirely consistent with EUROCONTROL's broader strategic direction. Trajectory 2030 gives us a clear framework for how the agency should position itself in a period of rapid operational, geopolitical, and technological change. Its logic is not theoretical. It is based on engagement, delivery, and modernization. Those three ideas matter greatly for civil-military cooperation. Engagement means building stronger relationships with member states, European institutions, military stakeholders, the network manager, and international partners. Delivery means producing concrete services, tools, and operational improvements that are usable in real-world conditions. And finally, modernization means adapting our concepts, our systems, and our way of working so that they remain fit for environment we now face. In that sense, Trajectory 2030 is not separate from today's discussion. It provides exactly the strategic lens we need for it. The European policy context reinforces this very strongly. The European Commission placed military mobility on the Union's agenda through the military mobility package. The intention is clear: to enable the swift, coordinated, and secure movement of military personnel, equipment, and assets across the Union by addressing barriers in regulation, infrastructure, and capabilities. In practice, this means reducing frictions cross-border, improving readiness, investing in dual-use transport and support infrastructure, and creating conditions in which Europe can move faster and respond more reliably. For the air domain, this has direct implications. It means that the access to airspace, coordination between civil and military authorities, and the resilience of ATM and CNS services are part of a much wider European readiness equation. Air mobility has its own complexity, and it is central to military operational responsiveness. When military aircraft need to move across borders, deploy at pace, train under realistic conditions, or operate alongside intense civil traffic flows, the quality of coordination in airspace management becomes a decisive factor. The challenge is to manage European airspace in a way that is dynamic, predictable where possible, flexible where needed, and resilient under pressure. That requires concepts, procedures, systems, and trust. A military Schengen, ladies and gentlemen, could be a solution to allow a seamless, fast, flexible, and agile concept for cross-border military aviation in Europe. I'm sure that this topic could be elaborated more during our discussions today. And recently I visited the European Air Transport Command in Eindhoven, and clearly one of the biggest challenges are the Diplo clearance numbers. And Diplo clearance, for my military life, it was always difficult to get very flexible and very fast, except one unit in Europe has a Diplo clearance for 1 year for the entire NATO nations, and this is the NATO AVEX community in Geilenkirchen. So this could be a role model for more military transport opportunities here in Europe, but as I said, that is the thing that you can discuss today. This is also where EUROCONTROL, and in particular the Civil Military Cooperation Division, has a specific responsibility and a specific opportunity. We are in a position to connect operation needs with network realities, to bring together civil and military stakeholders, and to help develop solutions that are credible for both communities. We do not start from a blank page. Over many years, EUROCONTROL and CMC have built expertise in flexible use of airspace, cross-border coordination, ATM CNS interoperability, contingency support, and integration of new operational requirements into the broader network environment. But the current context asks us for more. It asks us to move further and faster in translating expertise into implementable arrangements that answer Europe's evolving defense and security needs. Resilience is another theme that deserves emphasis. If Europe wants a credible military mobility posture, then resilient and reliable ATM CNS support cannot be treated as a secondary issue. it is a core enabler. Service continuity, infrastructure robustness, interoperability between systems, and the ability to sustain operations in more complex or degraded circumstances are all part of the same picture. This is why dual-use dimension matters so much. Investments and improvements that strengthen interoperability and resilience can support both civil efficiency and military effectiveness. This is precisely the kind of practical convergence that Europe should be looking for. The expected outcomes published for this forum are also well chosen. We speak about developing cooperative approaches and interoperable solutions to improve the robustness and predictability of civil-military coordination, to support effective and timely military air mobility, and to enhance the overall capacity and resilience at the European Air Traffic Management Network. These are ambitious goals, but they are realistic if we remain focused on implementation. They also remind us that it is not a conversion about one actor, one institution, or one national perspective. The solutions we need will only emerge through cooperation across member states, military authorities, ANSPs, the network manager, the European institutions, the European Defence Agency, NATO, CESAR actors, and industry partners. I hope we will use this forum not only to describe where the solutions are, but also to identify where progress is already possible. In a sense, to be more solution-oriented rather than problem-oriented. In some areas, that may mean improving procedures. In others, it may mean refining concepts, strengthening governance, investing in resilience, and accelerating interoperability. In all cases, it means working with a clear sense of urgency because the strategic environment will not wait for us to become comfortable. Europe needs a civil-military aviation community that is able not only to coordinate, but to anticipate, adapt, and deliver. This is the spirit in which this forum matters. We are here to connect policy with operations, strategy with implementation, and institutional ambition with real-world capability. If today helps us moving even one step further in that direction, the time will have been very well spent. Thank you again for your presence, for your commitment, and for your willingness to engage in these important discussions. And finally, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the team that is organizers under Remus Lakatos, Mariana, and the whole of CMC team, together with DG Com, for excellent preparation of the meeting today. I wish you an excellent and productive forum. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished speakers and participants. We start now with the first session of our forum, which will focus on the strategic level consideration of the EU military air mobility. Europe's ability to move forces rapidly by air is now central for deterrence and defense. Current framework remains fragmented, slow, and nationally driven, limiting responsiveness in high-tempo contested scenarios. Alignment across the institution, organizations, and especially European Commission, NATO, European Defence Agency, and EUROCONTROL network manager is essential. What are the primary constraints? Is the military integration sufficient? Are the airspace and ATM system optimized, including the roles between the EU actors and NATO are synchronized? What about harmonized digital rapid cross-border clearance system? To find answers to those and other challenging questions, we invited European leaders in the aviation domain both with civil and military background. They will present and exchange their vision, strategic goals, key principles and guidance related to the organization of cross-border military air mobility. Allow me to introduce you our panelists. From the European Commission, Eddie Liégeois, Head of Unit Aviation Policy in DG Move. From European Defence Agency, Christophe Vivier, Acting Deputy Director, Industry Synergies and Enablers, and Head of the Single European Sky Unit. From NATO, Michael Callender, Head of Air Capabilities Sector, AIR. From EUROCONTROL Network Manager, Razvan Bucuruiu, Head of Airspace and Capability Division. And Capacity Division, sorry, Razvan. Let's start with the European Commission. The floor is yours, Eddie, to present the EU policy, views and guidelines of military air mobility. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I guess. Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and first of all, many thanks, Mr. Steuer, for the invitation to this forum. So, I would say here, you see on this first slide, I would say the key word, the spirit of my presentation, which is cooperation. I participated around 2 weeks ago to the NATO Aviation Committee, I would say with the same objective to see how we can enhance and go deeper into cooperation. I would say that cooperation between civilian and military is both a necessity but also a great opportunity. It's first a necessity because airspace is limited, it's already very congested. We can expect a sharp increase of the demand for civilian aircraft to use the airspace. We already see an increase of traffic following COVID. And on the other hand, we see also the need for more space for military, and in particular in the new geopolitical context. So how to cope with these challenges? So for sure we have already a legal framework, the single European sky. We see also the technological development. It can help to manage the airspace, but definitely we need to optimize cooperation between civilian and military if we want to increase the use of this capacity. As I said, it's also an opportunity, in particular in terms of investment. So for sure there are dedicated infrastructure, dedicated military infrastructure, but there are also infrastructure, in particular airport, where we can optimize investment, dual use infrastructure. That's a bit in the spirit that we proposed in November 2025, the military mobility package, where we look for sure at the airspace, but in fact at all components of aviation's airspace, how we can optimize the transport capacities, manned aircraft, but also unmanned aircraft, land infrastructure, airport, and last but not least, the fuels. When we see the current crisis, we see how vulnerable we are in terms of availability of fuels. So I must say that I was surprised when joining the aviation policy unit and to see the difference between civilian, I would say, aircraft mobility and military. For civilian aircraft, you just need EU license, and then you can operate all over Europe. For sure, member states remain sovereign on the airspace, but still there is really there for civilian aircraft, I would say, a European market. While for military, I would say that there are still really a lot of obstacles. I was surprised to see, I would say, how bureaucratic the authorizations are. EDA has worked a lot on this, and the military mobility package that we proposed in November 25 built very much on the work that was done on EDA to streamline the authorizations. Another topic on which we want to work, and also in close cooperation with EDA, is how to improve transport capacities and how civilian can help military in this context. So for sure, military have their own aircraft, their own capacities, but we should see and seek how a civilian can help. There, I was also a bit surprised not to, I would say, to see more cooperation between civilian and military kind of, I would say, framework between military and airlines to cooperate, to put at the disposal of military transport capacities. So in the November 25 military mobility package, we already make a step in the good direction with the creation of a pool where member states will voluntarily register civilian aircraft which could help military movement, but we have to go further, and on that the European Defence Agency will launch soon, or has launched, a study to analyze what are the needs in terms of aircraft, and also to, let's say, improve and set up a governance on how to use this civilian aircraft. A third dimension that we want to work on is the drones. First of all, we see that we have not, I would say, EU industry for drones. We consider that it's important for Europe to be sovereign and to build industrial capacity for drones, and we will also need to integrate drones into the airspace. We also have to work on the land infrastructure, airport, how we can improve dual-use airport. We have already worked on this with the Connecting Europe facility, which is a budget that was dedicated to dual-use infrastructure, a budget of 1.7 billion euro. Some of the project, I would say we supported, I would say airport or ATM infrastructure. The Commission has made a proposal for the next financial perspective with a far increased budget of 17 billion euros. So we should also see how we can exploit this budget for dual-use infrastructure, and in particular airport. And last but not least, as I said, we should look how we can secure fuels and at the same time decarbonize aviation. So I would say that all these priorities are very much closely linked. It doesn't make sense to improve airspace capacity if on the other hand we have not the corresponding airport infrastructure. So what we did, and here I focus on airspace. So what we proposed in the military mobility package of 25, I would say, is the first step to improve the use of airspace. The Cyprus presidency is working on the text that was proposed by the Commission. The objective would be to have an adoption of this package by the end of this year. So we will start soon the negotiations with the Council and with the Parliament. So as I said, it will be a first step. We will see how we have to, I would say, implement this package and what we will need to, let's say, complement this first step. One key element that we want to improve with this mobility package is the diplomatic clearance, so basically how to use the airspace. The proposal of the Commission is based very much on the work which was done by EDA with the technical arrangement that we will try to, let's say, put in law. The objective will be to have an obligation for the member states to deliver the diplomatic clearance within 3 days, that we already consider quite too long for aviations. That might be, I would say, justified for, I don't know, inland waterways, railway, but we consider that for airspace we would need to be more agile, quicker. But I would say that it's a first step, but we see that in the negotiations, the member states, I would say, try to push these 3 days to have 5 days to deliver the diplomatic clearance. So we do consider that it's not the right way to go. But again, this is a first step. Based on this diplomatic clearance, we will need, and that's very important, to have a tool to really, let's say, streamlines the delivery of the diplomatic clearance. That's what we call the military mobility digital information system. We need such a platform, secure platform, like a one-stop shop for the member states to deliver the diplomatic clearance. Again, this platform is based on a project which was initiated by EDA, I think first with 11 member states, and you will reach 18 member states. So we definitely need this tool, I would say, to streamline the delivery of clearance. We have also to, I would say, act in peacetime, but also to be I would say, quicker in a time of crisis. That will be the objective of EMERS, the European Military Mobility Enhanced Response System. So systems where the Commission will monitor, I would say, the need for enhanced military movement, and in case of a priority, could, I would say, propose to the Council to trigger this AMRs to, let's say, provide higher priority for military movement. So, as I said, this will be the first step, hopefully, which will be adopted by the end of this year. We consider that we should go further in terms of promoting military mobility. So, with the diplomatic clearance, we will, let's say, answer to the question how to fly, who is allowed to fly. We consider that we should also work together on where to fly. So that's a bit the challenges, how to improve cross-border connectivity. And there we have this idea, I know that it's a little bit sensitive, the idea to have corridors, definitely not static corridors like we have for railway or for road, but the idea here would be to identify the main traffic flows, and on these main traffic flows to really put the focus and give the priority for military. So that would be a way with these corridors to, in our view, optimize the traffic flows in particular, and optimize the traffic flows, give priority to military. So we should, in our view, identify these corridors together with the member states, with EUROCONTROL, the network manager, to, let's say, optimize the traffic flows for aircraft, but also for drones. A second element on which we will have to work in future, that's on the procedure, how to facilitate the cooperation between civilian and military. On that, we have a legal framework, which is the flexible use of airspace that we are currently evaluating. So on that, we would like to engage with you, to have your views on this legal framework, what would need to be changed, what has changed since the adoption of this legal framework, or to address the new let's say, the new constraints. So based on the evaluation by the Commission, we intend to present a legal proposal in 2027. And this legal framework, flexible use of airspace, should be, in our view, the basis also for EUROCONTROL to harmonize its own tool to improve, to enhance the cross-border cooperations, to operationalize this legal framework. So finally, I would like to announce you that the Commission has the intention to present by the end of this year, in autumn this year, an aviation strategy. The current aviation strategy was adopted in 2015, so we consider that we should, let's say, refresh the perspective of the EU on aviation, to look at, let's say, the new priorities, the new challenges. We intend to look at all dimensions of aviation. First of all, the industrial dimension of aviation, so the aeronautical industry, how the EU can support EU industry, best-in-class aircraft, zero-emission aircraft, but also to support military industry. Second dimension of the aviation strategy will be how to improve competitiveness of airlines, of airports, making sure that in 10 years we still have EU airlines and EU airports. It's a matter of sovereignty of Europe. And the third dimension, which is very much I would say, of interest for you, will be air traffic management, how to cope with the increase of traffic, how technologies can contribute to air traffic management, how we can enhance cooperation between civilian and military. On this point, I would like to highlight, I would say, 3 priorities that we have identified. The first one will be how we can improve the management of data. We need data to optimize air traffic management. There is a wealth of data, but still very much managed in silo. So we should look how we can, let's say, collect, store, reuse data in a secure manner. For that, we need a cloud, but not any cloud. We need a sovereign cloud. DG Connect has made 10 days ago a proposal for a sovereign package, and we made sure DG Move to have aviation part of this sovereign package. So like that, we have, let's say, a basis to create a cloud for air traffic management. A second dimension that we will have to exploit is automation and AI. How can, let's say, machine can take care of repetitive operation? How can we optimize technology and better use the human factor, controller, to optimize capacity? So that will require that we rethink the role of air traffic controller, or we train air traffic controller. And the third and last dimension I would like to highlight here is how to, let's say, integrate the different layers of the space. We still very much focus on the commercial layer for air traffic management, but we should see how we can better exploit the lower space, in particular for drones, with the promotion of automation. We should also definitely improve how we use the space, air traffic management for the commercial traffic, but also how we can integrate the higher space. So that will be a little bit I would say the 3 challenges that I see for air traffic management: data, automation, technology, and integration of the different layers of the space. So thank you very much. These are the few points that I wanted to highlight in my introductions.
Thank you, Eddie, very much. Translating the 2025 European Commission Military Mobility Package into concrete ATM-related implications is key to support the EU military air mobility. The package explicitly aims at seamless military movement and coherence with NATO standards. The message is clear. EU member states would need to identify cross-border connections covering the whole of the EU 360 degrees approach and facilitating all possible military cross-border movements. The dual use of the infrastructure is a priority, as Eddie said, as well as the diplomatic clearance. Funding mechanisms are also an important element of the whole process, and including amending the existing regulations, flexible use of airspace is one of them. I take from you and the European Commission strategic approach and look at European Defence Agency and the challenges of empowering military ATM capabilities through a strong EU military interface. One of these challenges, for sure, is the information sharing across member states, and I'm sure that you will agree with me, Christophe. And now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to this important event. Thank you also to the EUROCONTROL team for the organization. It's indeed a key topic, so I would like to apologize maybe in advance. I will be a bit provocative or assertive, but once again, I do believe, and this has been said already by Karsten in his introduction, we talked a lot already on civil-military cooperation, and now it's really time to act. So we try to encourage you to act, and we need to act together. As usual, also when you have an interview for a position, you need to use a STAR methodology. STAR, you need to first start with the S, that is a situation. What is the situation today? Here, don't try to understand the slide, you will not. It's like the airspace. It is complex. It is more complex than never. Okay? Why it is complex? Because now we have to deal with many new entrants in the airspace at all different altitude layers, from ground up to the outer space. The airspace is also more congested than ever. More congested due to the new entrants, more congested also due to the increased military needs, more congested because the civil air traffic is recovering and reached the same level than before the COVID crisis. But Razvan will elaborate on that. And last but not least, the airspace is contested. Yesterday, I was discussing that with one of my directors. He told me, no, the airspace is not congested because it is congested when there is an opposition. This morning, I read the news. Yesterday, a French Rafale shot down a Russian drone over Latvia. In Brussels airports, in Charleroi, they faced some disruption due to drone flights at the vicinity of the airports. We are facing cyber attack almost every day. There is an opposition. We were discussing with Karsten, and we agreed that we are not at war, but we are not at peace either. And this is our new environment, not only for 2 weeks, but for the upcoming years. This is why we need to act. Because together, we have to face many challenges, and these challenges are not only for the military or for the airlines or for the ANSPs, for states. We are all facing these challenges. I put some of them here, and allow me to elaborate a bit on some of them. Resilience, this is linked to the continuity of operations. So now, today, because we are facing many disruptive events, either natural or intentional, we need to build up together a system that is resilient enough and that will enable us to ensure the continuity of operation, both for civilian and for the military. One of the thematics of today is cross-border operations and military air mobility. Let me give you an example. One state wanted to deploy some drones, MQ-9, over an area of operations on the other side of Europe. How they did that? Obviously, an MQ-9 is able to fly for 30 hours, so is able to fly from a point A to a point B over Europe. But because we don't have common procedures, due to the issue of diplomatic clearance, they put the drone in a box, and the drone has been transported by boat. Military mobility. Dual use. Dual use, it's a buzzword now. we will never have fully dual-use system. Why? Because the military has some specificities and the civilian have also some specificities. However, I do believe that we should do better because we are sharing some systems and we can develop some synergies up to a certain level, and then we can diverge and to add some layers for military systems and also add from specific layer for a civilian system. But we need to build some systems together because we are using common systems. Real-time information sharing. This is key because this has been said already by the Commission. If we want to successfully face the challenges ahead, we need to build up an airspace that is more flexible, more agile, and able to adapt to a situation without notice. And to do that, we need to be able to exchange information between all stakeholders, civilian and the military. Diplomatic clearance. Here we are reaching the political level. We are working almost well at technical level together, but it's becoming more complex when we are reaching the political level, and this is where, from my perspective, we need to enhance our efforts. We discussed some time ago about the possibility to develop an EU diplomatic clearance. I do believe that this will be very helpful, and this is not contradictory with the sovereignty of states. I will come back on that later. Interoperability and data integration or management. Eddie already addressed this topic. I will further elaborate on interoperability. This is key. This is key because, as I said, we are using similar and common systems, and it's key to ensure the interoperability between civilian and military systems. However, today I see a kind of divergence between what is deployed on the civilian side and what is deployed on the military side. What is the risk if we are losing interoperability? The risk is that we will build up two different skies, one military sky and one civilian sky, and this will be painful for everyone. So ensuring interoperability is key, and this is a key discussion, for instance, we have in the framework of CESAR and the Common Project 2. New entrants, I already mentioned that we need to integrate airspace operation, drone, balloons, also launch and recovery from and to outer space. So this is important, but also we need to think that the new military capabilities first are increasing in terms of number, but also these new capabilities need more airspace for training and to be prepared for potential future conflicts. Cybersecurity and data protection obviously is key, and this is transversal to everything. And from my perspective, we are not working well on that, and we need to enhance our efforts. And also advanced surveillance system, because, as I said, we need now to integrate and to cope with the new entrants and to be able to detect, identify, track, possibly neutralize all the opponents from ground up to unlimited. And for that, we need also to connect civilian and military surveillance systems. And sometimes, EASA regulation is a showstopper, because how to connect some civilian systems that are certified with some civilian rules to military air systems or ground systems that are not certified with the same rules. Food for thought. So now I depicted the situation, the challenges. What should we do? So this is my personal opinion, and I hope this will trigger some discussion. We already moved from cooperation to collaboration. And from my perspective now, it's time to go one step further and to go to integration. So when I'm mentioning integration, immediately, sovereignty. Yes, you are right. I do believe in state sovereignty. But from my perspective, this is not incompatible. the objective is not to give the ownership of the airspace to EUROCONTROL or to NATO, but its integration means doing better, doing more together. And I do believe that if we are doing that, this will contribute to reinforce state sovereignty. Once again, this is my opinion. Integration is not that the civilian aviation will integrate the military aviation or the other way around. Integration means that we need to build up together from scratch in all different domains, being the operational domain, being the technical domain, the regulatory domain. We need to work together to build up one integrated sky. This is what is the objective. To illustrate that with an example, we mentioned already the difficulty on drone and to perform cross-border flight with drone. We will try, and this will be discussed in an upcoming meeting we will have at TDA, SMAB. We will discuss the possibility to establish a joint team between the military and EASA to develop a regulation on drone. If we are developing a regulation that is taking into consideration from scratch civilian needs and the military specificities, we will have a common regulation fit for military and civilian purposes and known by everyone, and this will facilitate cross-border operation. I don't know if this intention will fly, but at least we will try. So, to conclude, and this is a summary of my presentation, it's not business as usual. We are living in a different world, and the changing environments and shared challenges call for a new mindset. And this new mindset might be the integration to do more now together. One last word. We discussed some time ago about an EU airspace strategy. Eddie mentioned, and the Commission mentioned, the aviation strategy. From my perspective, the aviation strategy will not be optimized or will not deliver 100% of the ambition if we don't have an EU airspace strategy defining a common governance, defining common goals and common objectives between states and all stakeholders, civilian and military. This concludes my presentation, and many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christophe, for this perfect overview of the challenges ahead and the need for changing the mindset. It is clear that Europe needs really changing this mindset and to deal with the fragmented air mobility in peacetime. But the transition to fully integrated, rapid, and resilient system capable of supporting high-intensity operations in coordination with NATO is a must. To talk about the NATO cross-border operations in a new security environment in Europe, I give the floor to Michael Callender. Mike, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Karsten, thanks for the invite. We really appreciate it. These forums are pretty important. We've got to keep talking about it. And Eddie, that was a great start as to what we need to do collectively. And Christophe, you wanted to be provocative. I'm going to be pedantic, not provocative, but because it's important. And I hope that you see the importance that I see with it, because I'm tired of admiring the problem. Every time we get in one of these rooms, we say, oh, we need better collaboration. Oh, we need better cooperation. We need integration. No, stop it. We're talking to ourselves to hear ourselves talk. And so what I would like to do today is, as I said, be a bit pedantic and kind of explain why, and then maybe strategize on how we can move forward from that. So we're not just admiring the problem or problems. What was your phrase, Karsten? Problem mystics, not solution.
So we should be more solution-oriented
Not-
rather than problem-oriented.
Yes, well, we are fully problem-oriented. And yeah, cross-border military operations, it is not an ATM issue, full stop. It's not. We can do it. We've done it. We do it all the time. It happens. It's an international relations issue. Eddie talked about it, Christoph talked about it. But we cannot stop talking about it because it's important. So we have to keep bringing this up, not from an ATM issue, but from an international relations issue. And having that perspective could help us address what we need to address. So when we talk about airspace, what is airspace? You know, I've got a nice little Venn diagram here. You can't have a good briefing without a Venn diagram. Right in the middle is the state, full stop. Gratis, Hugo Gratis talked about the state. It is the center of the universe. You've got your ministries of transportation, your parliaments, your ministries of commerce, by the way, probably most important, defense, whatever the presidency or the prime minister's office is. They're the center of the universe, not us, not the people in this room. It's those people in the state. And on the outside, you can see the various actors, EDA, DG Move, the network manager, CMC, EASA. We kind of tinker in with the state a bit, but only when the state allows us to. But the reason the state exists are for the citizens. And the citizens want mobility. The airlines want to move the citizens. The industry supports the citizens and the airlines. And the military is holding that up in the bottom and picking it up. And so all of those stakeholders have something to do. Because if it wasn't for the citizens who want to fly, what would we be doing? Certainly wouldn't be here. States control who's allowed in their geographic borders. We talked about sovereignty. I'm glad that you talked about it. But only states make that control. So when we talk about diplomatic clearances, that's why. It's really important, especially if the person coming in your territory is armed. We see that quite often in the world today. All right. When there's clear political will, many things are possible. Just look at how we're doing current air policing in the Baltics. Right, or rapid air mobility that we work so effectively with the network manager. We got it. We could do cross-border. In fact, we could really kind of do it today. I don't want to press the test on that one, but yes, it has been authorized. But what does NATO do about it? Well, we don't dictate. We're not a state. We coordinate. We do long-term planning cycles. We encourage and facilitate many of the same things that Eddie does and what Christoph does, right? We have a heavy reliance on working with the network manager to make sure that those processes are there, and we try to do it in collaboration with everybody, just like all of us. We're working together. So what does that mean in real terms? It means that there's a balance between our collective actions and then sovereign decisions, but they're not equal. Not at all. And if you look at the balançoire, did I say that right, Christoph? Balançoire? Okay. If you look at it, it's oui. Oh yeah, but it's a balance. But you can see the states own it, and that's the way it should be, and it's absolutely appropriate. States are willing to delegate some of their sovereign responsibilities, but only when it meets their interests. And that's why you have things like the EU, or you have organizations like NATO, or organizations like EUROCONTROL. That's how it works. And that's fine. We do a lot of tactical level harmonization, right? We have positions within NATO. We have standards. We have approaches that we're trying to get. But they're only effective if they're agreed to by the allies, and only if they want to comply. Why? Because states are at the center of the universe. And it still works. We haven't had a problem. Now I'm being provocative. When February 22nd happened, or the 24th of February in 2022, what happened? A state said, I'm closing off 1/3 of my airspace. It's going over to the military. The network manager effectively responded and moved aircraft out. And then they said, oh, by the way, we're not going to let aircraft fly over Belarus or fly over Russia. And what happened? The network manager made it work. Right? We had other states create corridors like Eddie is talking about, and then waived rules for EASA. It's because they had the political will to do it. Because the state is the center of the universe, not necessarily our organizations. But we need to keep talking about it because we need to educate those people that are in that center of the universe. We need to keep telling them this matters. ATM matters. You cannot do military mobility without ATM. You cannot have commerce without stability. When you have stability, you get commerce. Commerce is what the citizens want. It's also your tax base. So these are very important. The state, the people in the middle, are trying to find that balance between security and commerce. And sometimes that balance is in their favor, sometimes it is not. But we have to keep talking about it, which is why forums like this are so important. We need to build the case. Every engagement as to why cross-border operations are necessary, and reminding them that our stability comes from deterrence and defense, and that commerce plays a role because we have to support them, because our citizens want to move. So, you asked specifically for this, how are we coming up with concrete actions, and what are we working on? Well, we've got rapid air mobility. Is it fit for purpose? It was at that time when we developed it. Maybe we need to think about something else. Right? On the material side of the house, we're trying to work very closely with EDA to actually develop those ground-based nav aids to navigation, so that we have a resilient air traffic system, because we know we've got a lot of problems with GNSS and interference. Well, problem with that is it takes money. EDA does have money or access to it, so we want to work with them. That's important. And, well, and then there's the commission too. But then, you know, everything we're talking about, whether it's cross-border airspace or new training areas or balancing the spectrum and everything else, CMC and EUROCONTROL are absolutely the people that we need to work with, because we cannot do anything without their technical expertise, because they have the experience and the expertise to do it. And then with the dual use, as you talked about, Eddie, you know, making sure that we're releasing the NATO standards that Mariana talked about, so that we do have dual use capable facilities all across Europe, whether they're civil airports or military airfields. It's just sharing of information. And then finally, funding. Yeah, I will work with anybody who's got money. If you've got funding to help in any of those, NATO, it wants to be your friend. Because in NATO, it's the states that have the money. They cede a little bit of it so that we can work together in a harmonized fashion, but it's the states that make the decision. And when we talk about consensus, if we don't offer something that 32 allies can say, we agree, it doesn't go, because the states are the center of the universe. And so this is me being a bit pedantic. Hopefully this will stimulate some good discussions. Thank you very much, Karsten. Thank you, Eddie and Christoph, really appreciate it. And Razvan, you gotta go next. And let me tell you, you are a hard act. You've got a lot of great information. So, sir, over to, Mariana, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Michael, for the very interesting and provocative presentation. You're absolutely right. Military air mobility is not an ATM-related only issue, but it is included into this international issue. So it is crucial that all the aviation actors work together, as you and Eddie and Christophe highlighted. The states are the main player, that's no doubt amongst all of us. Important question is how NATO prioritizes airspace, access in contested environments, and the operations under degraded conditions. For example, the GPS denial, the GNSS jamming and spoofing, cyber air defense threats. About all these degraded conditions, we will talk later today. Now the European ATM network perspective and the implications of military cross-border operations, including civil-military considerations for airspace design, will present the network manager. And Razvan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Good morning to everybody. It is a privilege to be in front of such a distinguished audience, and it is a big challenge to speak after the three speakers before, but I will try to make it. While the thread in the previous interventions was, let's work together, let's be provocative, let's see what the state is all about, my thread would be pragmatism. And I will tell you a small story before starting. In intensive discussions on all these subjects I had with a lot of people, in one of the conversations I was explaining what is currently happening in Europe in terms of civil-military coordination, access to military, handling the crisis, and so on. And to my surprise, the reaction of this very good friend of mine was, we didn't know that all this is happening already. So ladies and gentlemen, my message is about what is already happening. What are we doing very well? How can we build on the experiences that we have, and what else needs to be addressed? But let's not reinvent the wheel. The wheel has been reinvented or invented in 1995. Okay, don't quote me on that because the wheel has been invented many more years ago. But the wheel called flexible use of airspace has been invented in 1995. So we are talking about 31 years since we are building on this concept and improving it day after day. And this is what we have to continue doing. So in the context of the civil-military cooperation, we in EUROCONTROL, in our role as a network manager, we already address a large number of aspects in this context. And fortunately, because I would underline fortunately, we are in the front line of addressing those things, because we have to deal with that. We had to deal with 22nd of February, we had to deal with major military exercises, we had to deal with sudden events in the network, and we must have, together with you, the solutions that have to be put in place. And I'm underlining together with you, because we don't have decision-making powers. We don't have the possibility to decide what to do. But there is sufficient legal material, and I'm underlining it. There is sufficient legal material and sufficient common operational procedures and technological support to enable us to act together. So in this context, we are doing a lot on airspace design integration. There is a lot of expansion of the military requirements, and this is correct. We have to respond to this expansion. There are more and more complex military exercises in a more complex environment. We are dealing with all of them, and there is never a tragedy. And when those things are happening, believe it or not, it could be that it is even less delay in the network because there is a lot of attention being paid to what is going on during such military exercises. And when you really look at the delay caused by civil-military cooperation, it is not the main cause of delay in Europe, by far. We do a lot of network impact assessments to create together mitigation measures to contain all these activities by developing network measures for the civil traffic. So which are our considerations and prerequisites for this to go better? Again, I'm underlining all the legal requirements are there. All the legal packages are there. Let's not waste time to reinvent them. Let's not waste time to reinvent them. First of all, we need an early call on the integration of the military airspace requirements. And you will see shortly how this is being done and how well this is progressing. We need definition of scenarios. We are entering into a more dynamic world where modularity, periods for utilization, and more details and more transparency and more openness is required. It does not pay anybody if one says, yeah, but I'm not going to tell you exactly how much I'm going to use my areas, because then mitigation measures cannot be found. I don't want to work with my counterparts because probably the civilians are better paid. Those are the kind of things that need to be sorted out. And you are not going to sort this out necessarily by, by a lot of legislation. It's pragmatism and willingness. It's pragmatism and willingness at each and every state level. Where this exists, solutions have been found. Of course, there are exceptional circumstances where we need to act together, and we've seen that there was never an interruption of civil traffic when situations like that were happening. We have all these packages for utilizing them in case of multinational military exercises, and there are plenty of examples like that have been organized successfully with a lot of effort and with a lot of commitment from all those involved. We have common guidelines on the preparation of the major military exercises that have been developed together with NATO and that have been afterwards translated in the European Route Network Improvement Plan that is our Bible for the European Route Network Design Function in the context of the Network Functions Implementing Rule. We have recently worked with NATO on possibly reducing those timelines for the preparation of the military exercises when this is absolutely required. We are coordinating yearly hundreds of national and multinational military exercises with the related impact assessments, with everything. So this is ongoing. That is integrated in all the processes that we currently have. But what is also important, and this is again a state willingness, please share at the very early stage all the necessary details about these exercises. You are sharing with an organization that has all the necessary security clearances not to, to further share this information. But it is still unbelievable that some states, and again, it's about willingness, even if you make a law, what are you going to do with the law afterwards if in some states they know that they have to publish these military areas, they know that they have to have the preparation conferences, and it is like a training is needed every time when this restarts. I think it's more about getting better together, being more aware at state level, and I'm underlining here, at state level, on what needs to be done. Not to run into the necessity to train and retrain and retrain and retrain everybody. Let's keep a core of contacts at national level, at state level, so that to make sure that everything is applied on time. So in the context of the European Route Network Design, network function, the Route Network Improvement Plan defines the necessary harmonization elements. In the ERNIP Part 1, we have the technical specifications for airspace design. That includes absolutely everything that is necessary to design the European airspace in a harmonized manner. Is everybody applying that in full? Could be better, but I would say in 90% of the cases is happening. We have the Part 2, where we have all the airspace design projects that are currently planned, that we support in their design, but we also monitor their implementation. You will see what is going on there. Most important, the ERNIP Part 3, that is called, following the Network Functions Implementing Rule, Airspace Management Procedures. Dear colleagues, if something is harmonized in Europe, then this is the civil-military cooperation. If something is really harmonized in Europe, this is the civil-military cooperation. And why? Because first of all, probably the militaries are extremely, extremely disciplined, and they follow these procedures. And when I'm talking about state level, let's be clear, I'm not talking about the military side. Secondly, because all this has been automated to the largest possible extent. All the exchange of data, the provision of data has been standardized and automated to the largest possible extent. And that calls for harmonization. Because if my very good friend Ray sends me an AUP that is done in his own style, this will not be processed. And his military areas will not be protected for military use. So he must send the AUP and the UUP in a standardized format so that afterwards we can protect this airspace, we can make the traffic avoiding everything and so on. And by advancing digitalization, by advancing a more dynamic management of the airspace, we will be able to achieve all this. But it is already very, very well harmonized. I was talking about the ERNI Part 2. Dear colleagues, 1 year ago, we had 18 airspace design projects related to future military requirements. Now, as we have entered into the approval process for the new ERNIP, we have 48. 48 civil military airspace design projects calling for the integration of future military requirements. A number of them are national, others are cross-border. Because honestly, it is difficult to keep finding solutions at national level. And I don't want to give examples of places where we are discussing for about 5-6 years now about integrating civil-military requirements without a will to step more towards a tactical coordination, towards sharing better the assets of the civil and militaries, and towards looking cross-border. No, you can continue to, to insist on the national side, but if you don't seek the opportunity to improve tactical coordination, to get the equipment, the resources to do it, this is now the moment to ask governments for such resources. And this is really, really important, because this is the moment when we can make an additional step based on the existing laws, on the existing procedures that we already have. So 48 civil-military airspace design projects. Here you can see what we have in the ERNI Part 3 and in the common guidance material with NATO on the preparation of the military exercises. Now we are aiming to reduce the timelines on that. Everything is published. But again, in some cases, at civil state level, some training is still required. It is unbelievable that for the same NATO multinational military exercise with the same states, we are keeping discussing exactly the same things all the time. Why there is no more massive training and understanding? It's not that we are lacking legal things. We are lacking knowledge, and we are lacking some training. We have organized those major military exercises. I would just recall you Air Defender, that in total caused a very, very limited amount of delays. No flights being canceled, no curfews being touched. Everything has run extremely smoothly. But it was done seriously. It was done with the full commitment of all involved. And it was done also with the understanding of the civilians that during events like that, you need probably a little bit more resources to put in place in order to cope with these situations. And this is another interesting example where we have first time tested through a major NATO exercise, and this will continue this year in November, some of the first elements of cross-border military airspace between Netherlands and Germany, with some expansions to Denmark. Why it was possible? Because there was a clear willingness at state level to create such cross-border civil military areas with common use by several air forces. And it worked very well. And I can tell you, at the end of the airspace design project that was very well organized by the parties involved, with full commitment from the Ministry of Defense, from the Ministry of Transport, with close follow-up, we came to the conclusion that actually, believe it or not, it's better also for the civilians. And the civilians got a much better access to the airspace because it was a good understanding on the reorganization of the military areas that in that context some of them were not needed anymore. But that was a pragmatic approach done with what we have today. On the left-hand side, you have the military areas in Europe. On the right-hand side, what is normally used on a daily basis. Do you think that without a good process, without good data exchange, with everything that we have today, would it be possible to manage all these activations of areas and all these activities with no impact, with no veto on the military airspace needs? Absolutely anything. This is handled on a daily basis as it needs to be, pragmatically, with what we have all together. Modularity is something very important because we need modules, we need to get more flexibility, but again, let's stop dreaming that we can send some of the military exercises and military areas to the North Pole. Let's stop just dreaming about that. It will not be feasible. The assets, the air bases are where they are for very good reasons. So we need to be able, through modularity, through dynamicity, to include all those future requirements in the network. And this is an airspace design concept that we have for the last 10, 15 years. And airspace scenarios are part of the ASM procedures that we have in the AirNIP part 3. So it's nothing new there. It's already applied. Again, willingness from everybody must be there. Then I think another important thing that was mentioned in the context of the previous interventions is the rapid air mobility. With the rapid air mobility, we have achieved again a very interesting step with our colleagues in NATO, and it could be agreed with whoever, where assets can be moved from the point A to the point B in whichever corners of Europe in matters of minutes. Okay, I'm exaggerating, of course. And that works very well, and it has been tested with several occasions. And that includes also diplomatic clearances, because there is a pre-agreement, and I think what has been mentioned by Eddie, by Christophe, is very important. We need to get this agreement so that when those flights must happen, they happen without any delay. But what we have to avoid in this context is that we have multiple similar processes. Because who is the coordinator? Who runs the operations? To whom national authorities, state ministries of defense respond to? We need to have a center, a command center somewhere that must be unique, because then this creates confusion. Because let's be honest, the assets will still be offered by states. To whom and in which context, those assets will be offered. So those procedures are good as long as we have a central command point with whom coordination can be done and with whom we can also interact properly. We can be a central hub of discussion, and I'm using here, as it is the case today with the support of our colleagues in CMC, and I'm using here a beautiful picture from NATO, where we were doing a lot of lessons learned together on how we create awareness, how we can have lessons learned, which kind of transparency and reassurance we can give that those things work properly, address constantly safety of operations, because that remains critical for all of us, and share opinions on what's next, what can we do better together. And what is next? I'm reiterating what I've said at the beginning. Activities in general work very well. It's about willingness. Cross-border operations are happening, and they can continue to happen. It's about willingness. Because any state, despite any legal provisions, can find any good reasons for not doing it. And national sovereignty will remain a must. But we need to work together to convince that this is not going to withdraw national sovereignty, and that this is probably, in most of the cases, the best solution. Diplomatic clearances must be at all times addressed to make sure that operations can run easily. Transit areas and corridors. Again, dear colleagues, we are in a free route airspace environment in Europe. Cross-border free route airspace environment. There are wide opportunities to flexibly use this airspace and cross. And again, I don't want to give you several examples where this has been already the case. But what we need to make sure is that some views are not forced to say, for instance, I absolutely want to operate without transponder. And that is a subject that we need to discuss very seriously, because there are some views insisting on that. And when you want to cross major civil traffic flows, I'm sorry to say, safety of operations is not granted anymore. So these kind of views that are a little bit ununderstandable also might need to be addressed. Flight planning requirements, we have everything there. Liaison with nations, especially on training. Keep training, be informed about the procedures existing, about everything that we can do together. The sovereignty of airspace solutions, again, we can find together airspace solutions where the state responsibility, the sovereignty of the nations remains fully in force. Again, it's a matter of willingness. The civil-military coordination is effective, it exists. With our solid involvement, dear colleagues, let's just continue to do it, be pragmatic, and having the willingness to do it. Thank you very much. I'm going to jump over this one.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Razvan. Very interesting presentation as usual. And the coordination indeed lies on the shoulders of the network manager. I take from you that there is a need of conducting more civil-military exercises focused on large-scale air mobility scenarios. That's for sure. Now is the question and answers session, the Q&A session. We received some questions from you. Thank you very much. Most of them are related to cross-border operations, and I would suggest that you pose them during the second session when we will discuss the operational aspect of the cross-border. Then I would like just to summarize some of them because they are related to the flexible use of airspace. Actually, we talk a lot about amending this regulation, and from different angles, from different aspects. One question will be flexible use of airspace adaptation. What can be done to strengthen and harmonize the European approach to airspace? You take it, or all of you, you can take it, of course. I'll start with Eddie first, or?
I think you should ask the expert.
Okay,
but I would say that the first objective of what we are doing, and then we would like to have the feedback of, I would say, the expert. I'm not the expert, but this legislation dates from, I would say, another age, if I may say so, where we see, I would say, first of all, a new type of aircraft that we have to integrate into the airspace, and that's the reason why we consider that we should make an evaluation, and then based on the evaluation, see whether we need to adapt the legislation. So I think that's one reason why we need to make this evaluation. I would say new aircraft, drones in particular, that we have to integrate in the space. And then the second point, I think, why there is a good reasons to review this this regulation is the fact that this regulation deals with, I would say, the cooperation and how to integrate a civilian and military traffic, how to, let's say, I would talk the same language between the two, and we consider that we could definitely improve there if military want to have, I would say, priority. And perhaps a last point on this, and there I would like to perhaps react to the last presentation when I did a bit the impression that you gave in your presentation that everything is fine, that we should not change anything in particular to the legal framework. I would be of a different view on that. Definitely legislation, regulation cannot do everything. We need for sure to make sure that operational aspects are there, that we can work, I would say, on the ground very efficiently. But if we have not the right regulation, nothing will work. For me, this is really the first layer that we need to have, and I think probably to improve. If I listen to Christophe and Michael in particular, I have not the impression that everything is so fine. So for me, and that's probably the role of the EU, the European Commission, to make the legal proposal. So we have the first layer right, on the basis of which operational conditions will be able to be built and to be improved. Because you talk in particular about the willing, it's just a matter of willingness. But if you have not the right regulation in place, you will not have this willingness. You will always have the national approach which will prevail. Well, that's a little bit my...
Okay, Christophe, the floor is yours.
Now, before responding to your question, also to echo what has been said by Eddie, maybe everything is fine at NM level, but from my perspective, there is room for improvement. And this will lead me to the question now. What can be done regarding flexible use of airspace, or to improve the flexible use of airspace at European level? I see maybe two concrete actions possibly to be taken. The first one is that, as a matter of fact, and I will start again from the situation, some states are missing training areas to ramp up their capabilities, their training, which is the case. And maybe some states have some areas and training areas that are not 100% used. So maybe we can together reflect how to have a common EU approach on the military side regarding the use of the training areas. But for that, we need also to improve cross-border operations, including for jet aircraft. This is one point. The second point is linked to the governance structure I mentioned before. Today, can we rapidly, at EU level, adapt the airspace design to face a crisis or to enable the military to carry out some operations? I'm not sure about it. We can do that at national level. You developed already very good procedures. But once again, we need now to act across Europe, and we need to act together. So do we have the appropriate governance structure to adapt the airspace and to give sometimes the priorities to the military, or when it's possible, the priorities to civilian aviation? Do we have the appropriate governance at EU level to do that? I'm not sure about it. So this is what maybe we need to reflect on.
Christoph, I'm going to disagree, and Eddie, I'm going to disagree too. Yeah, I'm being charming today. The answer is no, you don't have it at the EU level, nor should you, because it's not an EU issue. It is a national issue. The nations have decided, many nations within the EU, or in Europe, have decided the way they will address that is through the alliance with NATO. If in a crisis they decide that they want to delegate the authority for airspace, they do that in the council and hand it over to AirCom, which manages the airspace. Now, the question I believe that you are asking is there conditions in which the EU is going to need to create such a similar one, because not every state in the EU is in NATO, and the answer is maybe. And so that's the question that needs to be brought up. To meet the European Union's requirements, do you have a process to do that? And as we heard from Razvan, we have processes already across all of Europe to manage airspace, and they are working well. They are not working perfectly because there's that balance between commerce and security, and the states have it where commerce is in the lead. So just food for thought.
Airspace is a global concept, but we applied it via the regulation. So we are just having thoughts here. Can we really adapt the flexible use of airspace 2150 regulation? Yes, Razvan?
Yeah, I think the legislation that we currently have, and this is where I would like to be challenged in concrete terms, gives the right framework and organization for all the aspects that we have just heard, including utilization of other military areas. You don't need to put that in the legislation to allow this to have for happening, including the creation of additional military areas, including the creation of ad hoc areas in case of crisis. And that has been demonstrated already through the variety of crises that we already had. Nothing from a legal point of view impeded it. The great value of the flexible use of airspace regulation that we have today is that it provides for the flexibility in the positive direction to move even more towards civil-military integration and towards military cross-border cooperation. And in the discussions that I had on this subject, I gave plenty of examples where this was feasible. What we have to be careful when any piece of legislation is revised is not to lose what we already have. As I have said in the presentation, I think what needs still to be sorted out probably in a more how to say, multinational EU-wide level are the diplomatic clearances, because this is something that indeed creates sometimes certain issues and some unclarity which kind of airspace can be used or it cannot be used. That for sure needs to be addressed. Then on the aspects related to, coordination, this is what I have said also in my presentation, and that was the second point of Christophe, on the governance aspects. Which kind of governance are we looking for? What is important is that we have a central point for the governance that is agreed between the various entities and the states themselves. Where is this central command center? I don't know. But especially in times of crisis, what is essential is that there is no confusion that this central governance point manages and coordinates all aspects between military. And I think this is the important part. But we should not rush into, throwing out what works extremely, extremely well. We need to look at the points that still need to be addressed, and in our view, they are not so many. And I welcome very much the study that the European Union, the European Commission is running now in this context, because hopefully on the points that Hedy has mentioned as being part of this study, one of the points is how and if there is a need to revise the flexible use of airspace regulation. Now the point is, again, we need to be pragmatic there, not to start looking into the nitty-gritty, to start looking into the major aspects of this excellent implementing rule that gave us for the last, what is it now, 21 years, the possibility to work properly and to progress and to advance without any legal bottleneck in this context. So for me, this is why it is a call of pragmatism, and it is a call on the states, especially on the civil side, to look carefully on their roles and responsibilities, to look carefully on what they need to apply and how they need to act, to be able at state level to respond quickly to questions and requests. A basic example, publication of airspace structures. Why in these cases this happens in 3 days? Why in certain cases we need to coordinate, to convince the national authorities to publish these new airspace structures correctly? Because there is legislation already on how to publish the airspace structures. We don't need to reinvent. This. So this is my point. I think we need pragmatism to use what we already have in a better manner, with focus on diplomatic clearances and where is the central point of command.
No, very briefly, just to say to Michael that yes, I agree that we disagree. Once again, and no question to challenge NATO's mission, but EU should also be able to act alone when necessary for different reasons. You mentioned one. Not all EU states are NATO members, and there are probably also other reasons or other context. This is one point. Second point, regarding the governance, when I'm talking about governance, maybe we should not create a new structure, but we should give a clear mandate accepted by everyone, maybe to an existing structure. It's not to reinvent the wheel. But what I'm saying, when we are lacking governance today, at least at EU level, it's true that in NATO they have the NAT that can have this role, but at EU level today, EU never entrusted any organization with such a mandate. I think we can agree on that.
So it's a good discussion. I think it addresses lots of points.
I think this is absolutely perfect. I offer that in the current conditions and the current constructs of the governances that we have, the EU has made a decision, and they've decided not to cede that sovereignty to a supranational organization known as the EU. They've decided to keep it at the state level. And this is why cross-border operations is not an ATM issue, it's an international relations issue. So that decision has been made, whereas in NATO as an alliance, in the context of that alliance, the agreement has already been made. So I'm not arguing the point of whether it should or it shouldn't. I'm saying our nations have already decided what they want in the framework of their governances.
Yeah, and I think it's very important to address the governance aspects really, and I think indeed we have the complexity in operations of EU, non-EU member states, especially, or NATO, non-NATO member states when all this is done. And I think the governance aspects need to be looked into. And for me, those are, again, diplomatic clearance is governance. But the governance is not necessarily, does not necessarily need to be addressed through the flexible use of airspace regulation, because this is something else, I would say. It's about how we manage the airspace together. But again, on the governance aspects, pragmatism needs to be put in place in order to make sure that there are not too many governance aspects and that there are no contradicting decisions to which the states need to respond eventually, because they will need to do that, and with whom we, as network manager, we need to know precisely with whom we coordinate. But I think there are pragmatic solutions to find a governance at EU level that I think it's required for certain political decisions to be taken in the context of how you use the airspace altogether. And I think that might need to be required. But when you move to the actual coordination of those aspects and so on, that needs to be handled with care in order to make sure that there is no confusion on the central point of command when you are in operations, basically. But the governance is important to enable decisions. But that has nothing to do with the flexible use of airspace concept itself.
Thank you. Eddie, yeah, the floor just to give the European Commission perspective.
But you see that there is a very interesting debate in this panel. In terms of philosophy, what we have aimed to achieve is a European of defense. And we are not yet there when I see, I would say, the obstacles to move aircraft from one member state to the other member states. I fully agree that member states are sovereign on the airspace. And it's not, I would say, specific to military. It's also, I would say, valid for civilian aviations. But in civilian aviations, we managed to build an EU internal market. And when EU airlines have an EU license, then they can basically use all airports in Europe. And by the way, they are also transporting dangerous goods. So I think that this argument of sovereignty cannot be the blocking factor to more integration, as Christophe indicated. And while respecting the sovereignty of airspace, that's really the key principle, we should definitely continue to work on harmonized procedure. Sovereignty cannot be the argument for the member states to simply keep their own procedures, like, for example, for diplomatic clearance. One member state will give the diplomatic clearance in 2 days, the other one will take 4 weeks. We still respect the sovereignty of airspace, but we need to go further into harmonization of procedures. And definitely, we are not yet there in terms of defense and movement of aircraft for military use.
For your interventions and answering to this hot topic question that will be discussed in other forums for sure. I would like just shortly to wrap up this discussion panel. We highlighted that all the European institutions complement each other, facing the challenge ahead to build a military air mobility system that is faster, more integrated, and more resilient than the one we have today. How to turn the 4 complementary roles into one coherent, maybe crisis-ready air mobility system? This is a main question. The discussion highlighted that we need common and shared strategic understanding and harmonized procedures, improved decision-making, digital diplo clearances, fast airspace access, dynamic airspace management, cross-border movements, why not military Schengen, and enhance civil-military cooperation. A strategic roadmap regarding EU military air mobility is imperative. Thank you all, the panelists, for these interactive discussions, and all the participants. Continue posing your questions for the next panel. The forum platform is also a great opportunity to try to deep dive into operational stakeholders' requirements to military air mobility. This will be in the focus of the next session. And now I give the floor to Remus Lakatos to continue.
Thank you very much on my behalf also to all the speakers and for your insights. Thank you. Please accept my apologies. As organizer, we are 15 minutes, exactly 15 minutes behind the schedule. So normally now we go for a coffee break. So we will not cut your time. We will try to flexibly resume our schedule during the next sessions. I will need to work hardly with the next speakers to make sure that we will not delay. However, thank you very much again for the discussion. We didn't want to interrupt your discussion here because we think that this discussion about flexible use of airspace and the different meanings is crucial to move forward. Thank you. So we break now for 30 minutes of a coffee. Outside in the lobby room, you have 6 stands presenting you different tools which are supporting different procedures. In the central pillar of the room, there is one video running on a short demo on what means 2 possible solutions for cross-border operations. Please visit the stands. You will find there very interesting things. Back 15 minutes past 11.
Welcome again all. I hope you had a very refreshing break. We continue our civil-military journey discussing the EU military air mobility challenges. In the first panel, we set the strategic perspective on how European and international institutions address this topic. The second panel will share relevant practices to cross-border operations by highlighting the practical constraints and to examine the operational needs faced by the military airspace users, the air navigation service providers, and air traffic control units when executing cross-border missions and training. To facilitate the discussion, we invited our distinguished colleagues, Colonel Ray Martin from the Irish Air Corps and Chair of the Military ATM Board, Jeremy Lemeur from the European Air Transport Command in Eindhoven, from the Ministry of Defense of France, we invited Frédéric Bamar and Xavier Peralta. To share the state's experience, we invited Adrian Cody from Romanian Air Traffic Service Administration, Romața, head of the Civil Military Coordination, and Slavomir Slosek from the Polish Air Navigation Service Agency, PANZA. Welcome all the speakers. First is Colonel Ray Martin to present harmonized military aviation mobility priorities in an evolving European ATM landscape. Ray, the floor is yours. You can click.
Thank you very much, Mariana, and good day to everyone. I'd first of all like to thank EUROCONTROL for the invitation. As Mariana said, I'm Colonel Ray Martin from the Irish Air Corps, and I'm chairman of the Military ATM Board. And the Military ATM Board, for those that aren't aware, is composed of senior military officers fulfilling the role of ATM director within their military organisation, within their states. And I suppose ultimately the core aim of the Military ATM Board and the directors of military ATM within their countries and internationally is to enable military aircraft and the pilots of military aircraft to operate safely and in tactical freedom. And I suppose that's our key tenet, our raison d'etre, for example. And in my talk today, this isn't a harmonised set of priorities as such, but what I intend to do is to capture some of the priorities that have been dominating the discussion recently and indeed over the last number of years and decades, and also to frame the discussion and to reflect the challenges that the military have. I mentioned the idea that our aim is to ensure that military aircraft operate safely and in tactical freedom. So what does tactical freedom really mean for us in the military? It basically means that military aircraft need to be able to operate where they need to go. They need to be able to do what they need to do, and they need to be able to do these things when they need to do it. And the first word that keeps cropping up in those three elements there is need. So very often the military can operate flexibly during the normal routine training operations, etc. However, there are periods when there is little or no flexibility, and that's where the need becomes an absolute requirement, okay? So that effectively missing one of those elements, the where, the what, the when, becomes a mission failure. And that means that the aircraft might as well never have got airborne in that particular case. So need is very, very important from a military perspective. We're not capable of adjusting when we need to do something in particular. And then the when is also very, very critical. We have to bear in mind that military aviation doesn't normally occur in isolation. Normally it's synchronized with other aircraft. It may be synchronized with land or indeed naval dependencies as well. So from that point of view, the when becomes exceptionally important, and we can see the prioritization then becomes a consequence of that. The where then, we have to think about the options for destinations. We have to think about the options for routes. And something that doesn't apply to the civil world but has been discussed at we'll say, the strategic level is Diplomatic constraints then constrain the available routes, the available airports, and that has to be taken into consideration when we're looking at resilience and minimum requirements. The what, I think we have to be aware that the military flights typically don't operate from A to B. The training flights, missions often occur A to A, but in the transport context, we do operate A to B. We may operate as GAT, we may operate as OAT. We may operate with special requirements. There may be special airspace requirements, for example. Is there a necessity for refueling in a transit? But we also have to think about the what, as in what specific facilities might be required at an airport if, for example, we're landing at a civil airport. What particular handling does the aircraft require? Are there specific hazardous materials? Are there specific security requirements that need to be met? And these are constant constraints that we have to be thinking about. We also have to think about the operational security aspect, protecting flight plan data. In other words, ensuring that who needs to know, but also that we understand from an operational security point of view who precisely actually needs to know the data. And there is also going to be a balance between the granularity that might be required, we'll say from a system point of view, versus the granularity of information that can actually be supplied from an operational security point of view. And probably since about 2012, there has been growing concern within the military community about conspicuity, how conspicuity can be handled. And indeed, there is also the aspect that if only specific flights are receiving specific arrangements or acting inconspicuously, then they become conspicuous by their inconspicuity as well. So we need to be balancing what is routine and how do we hide in plain sight on occasions. If we look at ATM, and I'm chair of the ATM board, there are three silent letters: communication, navigation, and surveillance, CNS. So I think we have to always think of the ATM CNS world holistically. And that must be considered, as a complete environment. And in the ATM, the MAB context, it is treated as such. Access to airspace and airports is vitally important when we look at military mobility, and particularly we have to bear in mind that operations can't be restricted to military bases alone. We need to think of alternates. We need to think of where the destination is required. We need to think of contingencies. And civil airports may need to accommodate military aircraft. That means in the ability to accept the flight through approach, through landing, and also through the facilitation, be it parking, reserve parking, etc. And indeed, meeting the security requirements that may be applicable to a type of aircraft or a type of operation. The future CNS environment, navigation and surveillance challenges are very significant from our point of view, and resilience, as we have been saying for years, matters. The shift from a minimum operating network to a resilient operating network is something that is recognised and appreciated by the military, and indeed it contributes to both military effectiveness, and also it should contribute to national and international resilience of the network. But keeping suitable nav aids always remains beneficial from the point of view of ensuring that there's alternates available. And in this case, the EDA work in relation to dual use has been very, very valuable. We also must consider, and a hot topic of discussion, is the operation of uncrewed aircraft, UAVs, UAS, drones, call as you will. But integration mustn't be hindered by reluctance or perhaps misplaced fear. We must identify what are the practical issues that are preventing the integration or that will facilitate the integration, and follow them through to ensure that there can be safe integration within the airspace, taking a longer view. Now I'll talk about the OAT, or the Operational Air Traffic Transit System, which was a concept developed probably about 15 years ago, or initiated about 15 years ago, and the purpose was to protect the military ability to transit through the single sky airspace. And this process and project effectively started off with strong initial promise, but we learned a few aspects, and it suffered over time through continuous redefinition of what the aim was going to be, and also a level of scope creep. And as a result, there was a rethink, and a decision was made that rather than continuously try to refine a definition of what it was meant to do, let's focus on the enablers that will get us towards the concept. And as a result, effectively, progress since then, the EUROAT document has been adopted by the majority of states. The IOAT flight plan has been delivered by the NM, CMC, and indeed the participating states were the initial candidates and did excellent work in driving it forward. A compendium of nav aids was developed from the military perspective to provide information on both the nav aids but also the future developments of nav aids within the military community. And again, this fed into a harmonisation work in terms of the military. And indeed, the CNS work that was carried out under the OATTS discussions also fed into the CNS advisory group as military inputs, and then also has fed into the EDA work on CNS military strategy. So if we look at kind of the access to airspace and, So the key lessons from the OATTS probably were that the perfect can't be the enemy of the good. If we continuously try to define and reach a high-level concept down into granular detail at the high level, we will then have perfection as the enemy of the good. We must be capable of locking scopes early and ensuring that clear intent, if it's there, then the enablers can be put in place both to ensure that it happens, but also you can identify aspects that might hinder that clear intent, you know, the ability to achieve it. A key lesson was don't mix competences and ensure that work sits within the organisations where both the competence and the competency resides. So, for example, we got into discussions and within the OATTS there was a view to including, we'll say, diplo clearance, which is very much at the strategic level, it's at the institutional level, it's at the state level, whereas at the operational ATM level, we need to focus on the key enablers. And very clearly, civil-military discussion and understanding at national and international level were critical to ensure implementation and indeed kind of buy-in of both sides of stakeholders. So finally, military ATM is probably more than just accessing the airspace, getting it from A to B. It's about enabling the military aircraft to operate safely, effectively, and in tactical freedom. And the success probably depends on operational flexibility and security, civil-military coordination, and a joined-up ATM-CNS approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ray, for the interesting presentation. You explained very well what harmonization means and why it is important in operational terms, apart from the policy language that we had in the morning. Also, the importance of common operational priorities across European militaries related to the timeliness, flexibility, and security are vital for the military air mobility. In this regard, indeed, the Military ATM Board, supported by the Military Harmonization Group, did a great job, identifying the priorities for the military in short, medium, and long term. Of course, the discussion on military priorities is also on the other organizations' agenda and fora with different angle of attack, as the military say. Our next speaker is Jeremy Lemeur, from the European Air Transport Command in Eindhoven. He will bring his insights on one of the emerging challenges for military air mobility: the interaction in between diplomatic requirements and air traffic management in an increasingly digital and dynamic environment. Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Marianas. Good morning, everyone. And thanks to EUROCONTROL, thanks to General Stoy and Remus to make it possible today to share insight from air transport community. So I'm an expert in air transport. I'm coming from European Air Transport Command. And our daily business is to plan, to task, and to perform transport operation across Europe. And today I will try to bring a new perspective to this assembly. I would like to explain to you what could be the combined effect on two our major constraints, which are diplomatic constraints and air traffic management constraints. So thanks for your attention. So to do this briefing, 4 key points. So first, I think it's really important to explain to you, to go deep inside our operation. So I will explain to you how we build an air transport mission. And then I will go to the core of this briefing to explain the differences in between diplomatic and ATM regarding our ops process. I will give you an example, and then I will come to my conclusion on maybe possible interoperability. So here it's what we call in military an operational loop. Every time we have to build an air transport mission, it's something very unique. Air transport is not like a commercial flight. It's not repetitive at all. You need to build a study for every flight. It's unique. It could be high priority, and it's always very, very specific. It always begins with the air transport request. When we have that, that means we need to support our troop. It could be in Europe or beyond. We need most of the time to bring food, to bring ammunition, or medicine, whatever. So that means we are forced to succeed because some people, some military on the floor, they are waiting for us. But at this very early stage of our mission, at the very, very beginning, diplomatic is already at the heart of our concern because we need to find a route to go there. And every country has a different diplomatic lead time, so we need to find the best route in terms of diplomatic lead time to be able to send our diplomatic request or notification before the due time. This is the aim of the planning phase, to make the frame of our flight. And then we go to the tasking phase. The tasking phase, to sum up very basically, is the phase when we collect all the data to gather everything to make the flight ready for execution phase. In this phase, we are assigning the crew, assigning the aircraft, filing the flight plan, booking everything in terms of slot, airport, handlings. That means we really build the mission. And at the end of this phase, the mission is ready to be flown and is sent to execution. And this is more or less at the same time that here in EUROCONTROL, the airspace is being made for the day after, and we receive the AUP release to design the airspace because the scenario is ready for the D-Day. So you have to see that military is in a kind of interface in between two worlds, and we have to deal in between diplomatic and ATM. So we have to obey and to follow 2 sets of requirements. First, diplomatic. We are working together with DG Move on a European Defense Agency, following military mobility package to reach a military Schengen. We are working on promoting Improve AT, thanks to EUROCONTROL, because we really need a full Improve AT deployment in AFPZ. Full Improve AT will mean less constraints, so more stability, and you have already heard with previous speakers, and stability is important for the network, but it's important for military as well, to be able to stick to our diplomatic plan. But today I will explain the differences we have in between these 2 systems. First, we have a difference on temporality. If we remember my operational loop, diplomatic arrive at the beginning of the process. Could be several days, sometimes even when we have to fly beyond Europe, several weeks before the flight. At this stage, we already need to propose a route because we have an agreement to send to our diplomatic office. The other constraint is ATM, and it's a matter of hours to minutes sometimes. So we are a bit stuck in between these 2 worlds in terms of temporality. I would say we have on one hand to anticipate strategically, but we have in the same time to adapt tactically, which is not easy because everything is booked, everything has been done. The second big difference I would like to emphasize today is the decision process. It has been already said by previous speaker, but here you have the decision process regarding the big bureaucracy we were talking about. So I will take the time to explain it shortly. So when we have, let's say, a German aircraft who wants to perform a flight, a military headquarters has to send the diplomatic request to the German diplo office in this case. This diplo office has to send this request to every embassy of every country which will be overfly. We have to do that for every mission, every country. And locally, all these embassies have to reach their counterpart, that means ministry, authority, whatever, and they have to get the approval. And after it's not finished, because when a ministry and authority has said, okay, you can fly, we don't know. It has to do the complete way back, from the embassy to the diplo office, to the headquarters, to the squadron, to the pilot. So it's a very, very long process. On the other hand, ATM is data-driven. There is a big database. AFPS, and before in pre-tactical, the scenario is built for the D-Day regarding the workload, the capacity of the D-Day, the flow, and then the system is able to validate or to refuse the flight plan, and it is distributing to the users. So this is not the same decision process. The last point I would like to emphasize today regarding the difference of our two constraints is architecture. And this is not the least one. Because diplomatic constraint architecture is a very old architecture because we have to stick to a route. It's a route-based structure. So that means we need to design a route with entry point, exit point for every country we want to overfly. If you see the ATM dynamic on the other way, it's more and more dynamic. We talked before today about flexible use for airspace. You have trajectory-based operation coming. You have more and more dynamicity. And for us as military, this is complex to find a consistency. Every time the ATM world is going too fast, we are losing consistency. So we really need that the diplomatic world now is more automated, more data-driven as well, to keep this consistency. Because if we don't do so, the gap will increase in the digital world which is coming. To finish, I will give you a short example to illustrate my speech. So let's imagine we receive an air transport request to perform a flight from Frankfurt in Germany to Sofia in Bulgaria. So imagine, maybe, I don't know, it's an example, purely theoretical, but let's say 3, 4, 5 days before the flight, we send the diplomatic request. We get an approval. Then the flight is going to tasking phase. We take all the agreement, we reserve the handling, everything, and then we arrive on the D-Day, the day of the flight. Now we are a couple of hours before the flight, before the takeoff, and EUROCONTROL has to perform its job. I mean, ATM is something very important. You have to optimize the network. So the route we have sent before is not valid anymore due to the scenario of the D-Day. And this is where the complexity begins, because you have two routes, but you just have one aircraft. So which one to choose? And believe me, this is what we call abstention, because if you want to stick to the ATM rule, you may require diplomatic clearance. You have no lead time for that. So countries, they don't understand. They say, why didn't you ask for a diplomatic clearance before? It's today or tomorrow. On the other hand, if you want to stick to the diplo route, it's a big challenge at ATM level. You have to process the route manually. So it's an increase of workload for EUROCONTROL, a lack of automation, and probably a lack of capacity somewhere. So to finish this briefing, I would propose today to the community, because diplomatic is not implemented in IFPS, neither in SWIM. If you read the SWIM description, it's not scheduled to be. But I think with the new shift we are seeing now in Europe, it could be nice at least to study the implementation of relevant diplomatic data inside the ATM ecosystem. SWIM is coming for system-wide information management. The aim of SWIFT is to become a collaborative tool to perform more collaborative decision-making. How is this possible to not have the diplomatic integrate into that? It is the same for the trajectory-based operation, flexible use of airspace. Everything will be more and more dynamic. Improve OAT, good. It will be a very, very good tool, very efficient. But flying improve OAT doesn't mean you can fly without a diplo. You will always need a diplomatic clearance. Last summer or the summer before, I don't remember exactly, EUROCONTROL implement the weather integration at network level. Very good tool, because now when you have a cumulative area somewhere, you can divert a complete flight from several hundred nautical miles to avoid this cumulative area and to let more flexibility to the controller which have to deal with the thunderstorm. But it doesn't work at this stage from military, due to our military, our diplomatic clearances. So to conclude with this presentation, I would say that if we want more interoperability, we need maybe to integrate more diplomatic inside the ATM to be more predictive. That means more stable in terms of network, in terms of military operation, and that means as well more efficient. So it could be better for all network users, finally, both military and civilian. My last slide, you can take my contact, because we talk about that with Mr. Lacatus. Probably, if you are interested in this topic, we will perform some working group. I don't know exactly what will be the way we will do so. We are collecting now presently some data to have more relevant example to see how we can improve on this topic. Thanks for your attention, and I wish you a nice forum.
So, ladies and gentlemen, who was aware of this complex process? Who knew it? I think the majority was not aware. And this is our problem in Europe, because we don't know things. And we are not aware of those things. We are not able to advise our leadership in our nations. So we need to know things. Otherwise, we are not able to do things. That was very good for the briefing from European Air Transport Command to really look into the issues, the constraints that we have. In a pure peacetime establishment, probably it does not matter so much. But now that we are in a situation that the terrorism and defense and the security situation is completely different to 5 years ago, we need to be much more agile and much more flexible, and that's why, all the panelists before and me, we need, to advise our leadership to go for a much more flexible diplo clearance world, up to the military Schengen, as Jeremy pointed out. Right? Thank you very much.
Obviously, the diplo clearance is the hot potato today, but we take from you that we need better interoperability, better information sharing, and better performance for the benefit of both the civil and the military. Now we'll deep dive into the airspace management and the planning requirements. Next speakers will be from the Ministry of Defense of France, Frédéric Bamar and Xavier Peralta. They will present the operational challenges in the mission planning and the airspace management processes and procedures. And Frédéric, the floor is yours first.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mariana, and thank you for the invitation for the guy from EUROCONTROL. So now my presentation will be more deep in different type of mission, not only for transport, but for fighters, for tankers, for other type of missions, which are not from A to B, but here more from A to A point. So I will show you some planning requirements, which are more the same than was explained by Jeremy. A practical example, we will talk to everybody, I suppose, and the challenges for the future. So for the planning requirements, we have usual constraint. As every flight, we have to save fuel. We have to have a most effective trajectory. We have to be compliant with our aircraft possibilities, our capabilities. And all those constraints are the same for GAT, for OAT, for transport, for fighters, for everyone. We also have the diplomatic notification. Jeremy explained it very well. I'm not going to talk about it anymore because we have the same, but you have to be aware that when you have a modification between your right trajectory and the diplomatic notification, diplomatic clearance, you have to coordinate all those things with the state. We have time constraint. Time constraint regarding the preparation of the flight, but also time constraint regarding your missions, because you have an area reserved. If you want to be on time on the area, it's very important. If you are a tanker, you have to arrive before the fighter. It's better, because if not, the fighter are waiting for you, and it's not good, because they have no more fuel. So we have other participants which are performing the mission with you. So if you want to have a common mission with several aircraft, if you are late, you need to notify to them and maybe modify some things. Maybe modify the airspace reservation on things like that. So as I said, you have dependent flights with your mission. A mission rarely fly alone. Sometimes you have a tanker, you have other participants, and whatever you want to change, whatever is needed to change, you have to coordinate with them by phone, by email, but it's a very huge workload. And maybe if you have time constraint and last time modification, it's more difficult to coordinate those type of things. When we talk about ATM, if you want to use a different route than the scheduled one, you have to make a coordination. You have to call the ACU and call them, please, can I use this route because I have a diplomatic clearance, a diplomatic route, and if it's not possible to fly because of the ATM constraint, you have to coordinate with them in order to be allowed to use it and to send the flight plan in order to perform the flight. Sometimes when you fly in GAT, you have for sure RAD or TFCM. You are not exempted if you are a military. When you fly in GAT, you have to be compliant with the RAD, even with the RAD if you fly in OAT, but more for GAT. And for the ATM, CM for sure, if you fly in GAT, you can be delayed. And as I said, if you are delayed, you have to tell to everybody inside the mission, be careful, I will be delayed. So that's another workload for you. And in the end, as you have most part of those things inserted in the mission system of the aircraft, you have to have sufficient time to implement the trajectory, the areas, or a lot of things inside your mission system in the aircraft. So you cannot modify everything every time. At one time, you need to say, stop, now I need to have my full trajectory, my airspace, maybe my timings, and put them inside the system of my aircraft. So now I'm going to show you a short example, very simple, you are going to see. It's a simple mission. You have Rafale taking off from east and wanting to work in Bulgaria. Before this, they have to perform an air-to-air refueling inside the Romanian airspace and then going to the area. It may seem simple. As you can see, the trajectory is very efficient. It's a straight trajectory, and maybe it should be simple to do this. But look at this. These are the issues you have to encounter with your flight. As you can see, those issues are related to the RAB. In Slovenia, for example, you are not able to re-entrance inside the FIR of the country. So if you want to perform this and have a straight trajectory, you have to coordinate with Slovenia. Am I allowed to re-entrance in the country? Because you are coming into Bulgaria and then back to France. So this in the system is not possible. Why? Because the system is especially done for GAT. If you have an A-to-A trajectory, this is impossible like this, at least without any coordination. And then in Bulgaria, the most effective point to enter inside the area where your mission is performed with other aircraft at this time, it's not possible to have a straight trajectory. You have to coordinate with them, maybe to switch from GAT to OAT at the border, which is not very, very easy to do. And for your flight, again, as you can see, for a simple mission, you have to perform two coordinations. And all those coordinations, if you want to modify something regarding your mission, maybe the time is different, or maybe there are a change of the area, you have to coordinate again with all those countries to explain them that you will not use the route at the right time, at the time you send in the contract. So finally, for a mission like that, that is the route we use to fly for this flight. So as you can see, in order to avoid any coordination or more coordination during the mission preparation, we have to overfly Austria instead of Slovenia. And this is the difference between the two trajectories. As you can see, the length is 100 nautical miles more, and the delay is 20 minutes. 20 minutes, it's a very large delay, because if you have to perform an air-to-air refueling, maybe you have to switch between aircraft. It's more difficult if you are the tanker. As I said before, if you are the tanker and you have 20 minutes delay, maybe the fighter will have to delay his flight as well. And here, for the operational things you have in your flight, you have two cross-border GAT to OAT switches during the flight, especially to enter inside Bulgaria. A tanker must be delayed because you arrived 20 minutes later. Fighters participating in your mission need as well to be delayed, and maybe the RSA if it's really fit to your time inside. So what are the challenges for the future? The first one, as Jeremy said, is a full OAT capability, because when you are in OAT, it's easier to perform fly over countries. Re-entry inside FIR is not an issue for OAT. Maybe it will need less coordination, and with a full OAT capability, you have an effective trajectory, you have no ATFCM measure, you cannot expect some delays before the flight, just before the flight, and avoid those coordination. About coordination, as you can see, limited coordination during the planning phase and also during the execution phase. Because when you have to perform cross-border switch from GAT to OAT, it's not easy to do. Maybe right at the border, it's more difficult. So those type of things, if you fly in full OAT, you have less coordination, and maybe all those coordination can be performed automatically without any phone call, any email exchange. And then, in the end, all the military constraints can be shared by everyone. If you have an RSA, reserved area, if you have dependent flights, those type of things can be taken into account. Maybe inside the flight plan, this is the best way. IOAT flight plan is the perfect way to do this in order to share all your constraints. And if you have to modify something, everybody who has the flight plan is able to assess what will be the impact, and you are also able to assess what will be the impact of your flight and on the other flights. And then I cannot avoid to mention it because I am the head of the office in charge of flight plan processing. What is very important is flight plan distribution. Why? Because in the flight plan there is all the basis, in fact. You have all the trajectory, so you are very predictable, you have more predictability, and more important, when you have an aircraft inside under your control, when you arrive at the border, you are sure that the next take order is aware of the flight, and maybe for a controller it's a good thing, I suppose. So that's all for me. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a nice forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Frédéric. Xavier, it's your turn.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. So I will be dealing with the cross-border airspace management and the processes that we are doing. So don't have too many expectations on the processes about cross-border airspace management. I will focus on the national processes mainly, and my main messages will be that, in fact, for cross-border airspace management, the level of collaboration or integration is not the same level as the national ones. So for that, I will first focus on the French military entities involved in the air activity management process more than airspace management. Then I will focus on the airspace management level 2 for the booking, and which will me lead to talk about the request processes and make a focus on the CBA booking, cross-border area booking. For first, for the national military entities involved, of course, we've got a specific entity, a French military entity, which is called the CDPG, Centre Défense et Programmation de Gestion d'Espace, who's working at the airspace management level 2. which is the military unit with part of the French AMC, the Airspace Management Cell. And I will talk about the process later, but this is the entity who's dealing with the booking and the planning and the negotiation with the civilians. And of course, we got the air control units working at the level 3. Some people talk about the air-to-air refueling, which is a specific and a strategic activity. That's why you've got a specific entity who's called the NARC, the National Air-to-Air Refueling Coordination Cell, which is a dedicated unit who's dealing with the planning and the tasking for the tanking plan. And as Frédéric say, for our lot of the mission, we need tanker to extend the endurance of the aircraft and to optimize the training. So that's one of the specific part of the military activities. For the big training exercise, some people talked about the exercises that we are performing in a national way are combined. So we've got dedicated airspace management cell as well, who are dealing with the airspace requirement and who could be the part who's dealing with the airspace request. For the overall air activity coordination, for 2 years we created a new unit, which is the Domestic National Air Operation Center that we call the COMCA, which is the national unit who's centralizing and coordinating the national military air activities, because not only the French Air Force want to fly, the Navy wants to fly, the Army Aviation wants to fly, the flying and trying, the test and trial entity wants to fly. So, and we've got limited, as the civilian, we need to lead our capacity of our military unit. So we need to not to plan everything at the same moment. So this entity is really important to organize the activity among the day, among the week, and to build an airspace strategy. You need to build an air coordination strategy as well before to know what to do inside the airspace. And of course, we talk about a little bit of we are not in peace. Crisis time, there is a specific entity that you may know. We've got GFAC, Joint Force Air Component Command, which is specific unit, military unit, who's leading, conducting, planning operation. So we've got ones in NATO, we've got national ones, and they've got specific entity for airspace coordination cell, so it's called the JAC. So I will be mainly focused on the competition time. That's why I highlighted the CDPG, the NARC, and the ISM cell. And I won't talk about these specific processes. So for the airspace management level 2, so the CDPG is dealing with all the requests for the daily missions, the training exercise, the ones coming for the area mentioned in the IIP and SUP-IIP. And in France, we are using a specific tool which is called Diane, which is something we are using in the military intranet. And this is a way for the CGPG to know the request by this tool directly from the squadron. The LARA, and we've got the flow restriction for the FMP, and all this information is dealing with the AMC as a collaborative process at the day before, and they decide if there is validation, cancellation, or modification of the airspace, and the published AUP and UUP. From the request processes, so mainly the daily French squadron activity are dealing with the Diane tool, so it's an easy way to book and directly book by this mean. For the refueling activities, so the NARC, the entity that I told you before, is requesting the airspace directly to the CDPGE, and sometimes the tanking squadron are also requesting mission for specific mission. For the big exercise needs, so the process is made by the ISM cell, building especially for the exercise, and thanks to the sub-IIP. And everything is centralized by the CGPG. For the foreign squadron activity, they are simply requesting the airspace by mail, or they are passing through the French squadron, or if they are integrated in the exercise. So this is the exercise ISM cell who's dealing with the need of the foreign squadron. So just I wanted to emphasize that for the national needs, the process is quite simple and integrated. But if we are talking about French squadron who wants to deal with foreign airspace, or foreigners who want to be using French airspace, the process is not as well integrated as it is in a national perspective. And maybe that's why I wanted to make a focus as well on the CBA, so the cross-border area, the specific airspace who are building just above the border. So there is, just to give example for the CBA one, so the one on the top, so there is a specific letter of agreement between the both AMC, the French and the Belgian one, with the priority rules established to know when the French or the Belgian are get the priority, and which entity, which control unit could perform the control of the aircraft. And there is also a letter of agreement between control centers as well at the level 3 level. And for the AUC 25, so we separate the French part, which is leading by the French AMC, and the Swiss part, which is leading by the Swiss AMC. So this is a way to make more flexibility by using this kind of airspace on the border. But as I said, outside the national process and the CBA process, there is not the same integrated process to book a foreign airspace for French, for national guys, and at the opposite, the same integrated process when the foreigners want to book an airspace inside a national perspective, national mission. And that's it for me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Xavier, and thank you, Frederic. Those were really interesting professional presentations on the end-to-end mission planning life cycle from the air operation perspective, and how cross-border routes, timings, alternates, and profiles are planned under operational and security constraints. We all observed that the priority of military mission and training activities are driving the cross-border mobility needs. I'm sure you agree with me. And now we will share some best practices, states' best practices. The floor goes to Adrian Cody to present the Romanian experience on cross-border air operations. Adrian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to share in this forum some thought coming from the Romanian experience on the cross-border operations. And so far, this experience comes from different types of operations, starting with NATO air policing cross-border at the beginning, and continuing with the NATO rapid air mobility, OAT cross-border transit corridors, and NATO cross-border exercises. So right after the Romanian accession in the NATO, we start discussion with the neighboring NATO countries, Bulgaria and Hungary, to set up the specific arrangement for cross-border air policing. We start this discussion very early after our accession in NATO in 2006, and it was such a long way to sign this protocol because they were considered, according to national regulation, as international treaty. So they were supposed to be approved and ratified by the Romanian parliament. So the entire process took years to have it in place. Recently, the protocols were extended to cover the NATO squadrons deployed in Romania for extended air policing missions. The provision for this type of agreements covers the legal responsibilities, rules of engagement, military to military and civil military coordination, and search and rescue arrangements for that. We used to have annually at least one event to practice this type of agreement with our neighboring countries. The second experience is related to NATO rapid air mobility, which is based on a NATO concept that was described this morning by NATO and EUROCONTROL representatives. And based on that, we applied the NATO and EUROCONTROL specification and procedures for that. And at the national level is completed by the diplomatic clearance procedures, which is quite fast in this case, less than 72 hours for that. So far, we have only 4 activations for Romania since 2018, but it was a seamless application without any other issues. In 2022, after the Russian aggression against Ukraine, NATO established, along with the eastern flank countries, NATO OAT transit corridors. They used to apply this until the end of 2022. They are still there. Nobody actually withdrew them, but nobody asked for the activation so far since 2022. The principle was to have the possibility to deploy in a very short notice fighters from different parts of Europe to the missions area in the Romanian airspace and Bulgarian airspace. And we applied that without any problems with that, because we have that time arrangement in place to have it OAT to OAT coordination without any other clearance for that, using the military areas established for NATO missions and, of course, the air-to-air refueling areas. And we decided not to segregate the airspace and just to use it as a dynamic separation, GAT standard separation, during their flight in the Romanian airspace. So they were quite effective. We are wondering why they are not used for the moment. We used to have also some cross-border exercises involving cross-border operations conducted in the Romanian airspace. And we have a series of exercises, NATO exercises conducted at least 1 time per month, even 2 times per month in Romanian airspace with different fighters and supporting aircraft such as AWACS and tankers coming in Romanian airspace performing specific missions for that. So the procedure for diplomatic clearance is quite effective without any major problem. And another example was a large exercise conducted in 2024 in Romanian airspace when during the exercise Swift Response 24, we have 17 medium and heavy cargo coming from different parts of Europe and actually acting in the specific area and having more than 3,000 paratroopers launch into the exercise area, and afterwards they land and refuel in the air bases. That was a combined OAT-GAT operation for that, but it was quite effective as a proof of principle that the cross-border operations can be conducted without major issues. Some constraints that we have identified for cross-border operations, first of all, the legal framework. So we have a quite effective process for routine operations, I would say. We can handle in less than 72 hours, but this not include specific deployments, such troops, armament, ammunitions that are supposed to be deployed into Romanian territory. So they have to be subject for more higher level of decision, even going to the Supreme Defense Council of Romania. This is a quite of limitation that we have to process such short notice demands. Of course, national legislation related to flight authorization have to be also adjusted according to this legal framework. In terms of ATM procedures, we still have some problems receiving the flight plans having OAT portion because some of the flight plans don't reach the ATC structures for that. So we have also to coordinate and to go to coordinate with our neighboring countries to find out the flight plans. for the ATFM measures, they are not applied for routine flights, so they are not accepted the ATFM measures if they are not declared as RAM. And for air-to-air refueling, of course, is a large variety of procedures and national procedures for that, because we noticed from the Euro 80 specification that some nations can accept air-to-air refueling en route, some of that only on specific reserved airspace. Romania can accommodate both situations en route or in reserved airspace for that. There are also some difficulties on civil coordination procedures, because not all the civil ATCs are familiar with the military operations and military demands for that. Civil military sometimes have to be adjusted in terms of cross-border, and of course military to military have to be also harmonized, because we notice also some difficulties in this coordination process. And of course, harmonized civil military coordination procedures have to be adjusted and harmonized, because this is the goal, to harmonize them, because there is, as mentioned before, a large variety of provisions for that. Technical issue that have to be discussed here is 8-33 megahertz radio equipment for military aircraft. According to the regulation from the 10719 since 2012, there was an exception for the state aircraft not equipped for that to be accommodated by the end of 2025. For this reason, Romatsa keep 48 frequencies on 25 megahertz radios, just for the reason to accommodate the state aircraft not equipped with this type of radios. The deadline is already overlapped, and of course our CA is asking right now why to keep the frequencies there. So this might be a question, because we are still receiving flight plans with the state aircraft coming from different parts of Europe and declaring in the flight plan they are not equipped. And of course, listening to the presentation this morning, a new bullet appeared in my mind. It's about the TACAN equipment. Because as you know, in the eastern flank of Europe, there are not too many TACAN equipment. All of them installed only on the military air bases. None of them installed in the civil military airports. 3 years ago, there was an initiative from EDA and EUROCONTROL to start the procurement process through the European funds in order to have this type of process as a dual-use equipment. Romatsa applied 2 times for this. Unfortunately, they were not selected. Actually, the entire process was not selected. So this should be another topic that should be also taken on board. Of course, from our perspective, as supporting factors in the future, the European regulation regarding the military mobility as an entire process is ongoing right now. We are also participating in this type of discussion and debates at the European Commission level. And this will be the trigger for Romania to adjust the national legislation for that, and also to have the possibility to accommodate the diplomatic clearance more properly than now. Bilateral multilateral cross-border agreement on civil-military arrangement. We are working to develop with our neighboring ACCs and neighboring countries such provision in our letter of agreement for that. Euro OAT process is also a very good vehicle for that, because of course many countries adhere already to the basic principle for that, but looking on the specific annexes, many countries define particularities which are not harmonized. We also consider that it's important to have a military position on radios equipment, and IOAT flight plan is also the vehicle for that, that will actually solve the problem with the flight plans processing and receiving process. Romania is already committed for that, and we declare that we are ready but waiting for the further development of the network IoT flight plan deployment to be able to connect with other countries. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Again, an interesting presentation, and for sharing the cross-border challenges and constraints for Romania. Also to list the EU military air mobility supporting factors from your point of view. We will talk about them later today. And the final voice goes to Poland. Slavomir Slosevich, is it correct how I pronounce it? Schlosek. Schlosek will present the Polish experience in civil-military cooperation, air traffic control service provision to cross-border operational air traffic in shared airspace. Slavomir, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor. Good afternoon to everybody. First, I was asked to be as fast as possible, and I just thought that those who are on the military side knows that during the war, first thing which dies is a plan. So then soldiers, I mean speakers, must repair something created by generals. So I will try to do it. Okay, let's start with my presentation. It's not So my name is Sławomir Szlosek. I'm head of operational traffic area control office. Polish Air Navigation Service Agency is the leader. A couple days ago we received the prize for the best NSP of the world. So whatever I said, if you would like to use, you may, but please do not try walk in our shoes, because we would like to win again next year, in coming years, so be always one step behind. Thank you. I like to say that OAT teaches and also entertains. So as we are today, 9th of June, and I know why we got this date booked, because in 1958, Queen Elizabeth II opened London Gatwick Airport. That's why probably we are here today. But 1st of June, we had a special day for Air Traffic Service Day in Poland. So all air traffic service, military and civilian, had their own day. So I suggest that because we are talking about the military and civilian cooperation, maybe we should introduce a special day for air traffic services for the Europe or International Day. By the way, also very close to my heart, the Military Air Traffic Service Office also celebrate on 1st of June, and it's a connection to Queen Elizabeth II. She was born in April and celebrate the birth date in June. Matzo was created 1st of January 2002 and celebrate 1st of June. So it's connection. So let's go to the key. So shared airspace. In the shared airspace, we got, of course, European regulations, certifications, STANACs, national regulation, and so on. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our airspace, how we are build our air traffic services. So we got control airspace, and in the control airspace, we got two units. Polish Air Navigation Service Agency, which give the service for civil towers, approaches, and in the share space, we got ACC, EUROCONTROL, responsible for GAT traffic, and ACC responsible for OAT traffic. Then we got Military Air Traffic Service Office. They are responsible for military towers and military approaches. And then, of course, uncontrolled airspace and AOC, CRC are working there. For example, JTAC or fighter controllers, weapon controllers, it depends to the country how you call them. In PANSA, we are doing, of course, everything according to regulation. 373, 340, and so on. All the air traffic controllers for GAT and OAT traffic are civilian, well-trained, and we are follow all European regulation. MATSO, even they are on the military side, they decide to do the same. So even military aviation authority following civilian rules because it's easier. So we got even partners of both sides. And of course, AOC, CRC, they are trained on STANAC 1183. And of course, own instruction about the training, work, and qualification. Our cooperation is based on letters of agreement. When we need to change something in those letters, all parties must agree. And we are doing this pretty often. Why OAT air traffic controllers are so important? Because we are doing a lot of stuff in between civilian airspace and military, let's say, uncontrolled airspace. What we are doing? We are preparing training flights, exercise flights. What's the difference? It's a huge difference. Razvan tell us about guidance for civil military exercises. The document is from 2016, so it's 10 years old. And we know from the military side that they need to train like they train like they are fighting. So exercise is something different today. Training is element which should be planned a little bit in a secret. Why? I give you the example. For example, I got neighbor and I don't like him. He's going to have a party. So before the party, I will inform that I'm going to use my pneumatic hammer and destroy the party. Probably he will move to other day. And it's the same with the trainings. It's necessary to prepare the training for defense system, a little bit cover. So transparency is good, but cover transparency. What else we are doing? Air policing, of course, AWACS flight, air-to-air refueling, not exactly, but sometimes it's necessary to do it as an emergency if something goes wrong. Sailing flights, supersonic flight, formation flights, and so on. UI, of course, RPASs, remote pilot aircraft systems. We are cooperating with, of course, AOC, CRCs from Poland, from neighbors' side. We are with military air traffic services, of course, with search and rescue services, with NATO, Polish armed forces, and so on. I said that it's very important to have a very good, very well-trained ATCOS. I'm still active air traffic controller, responsible for GAT, and I know that my team is very good because I have to know for my job only GAT procedures, and that's it. But they need to know GAT, OAT, EUROCONTRol procedures, NATO procedures. That's quite different, special phraseology sometimes. imagine, for example, that a NATO flight flying, making some triangles for GAT air traffic controllers, the information is clear. Aircraft is hijacked. But in NATO procedures, it's not true. They are just informing us that they got problem with the radio. Small difference. We need to know some special phraseology. Maybe not too often, because pilots know where they are flying, but when you are in a hurry, you will use what you have been trained. For example, who knows, knock it off is easy. Angels. Request 20 angels. Very important today, cliff. It means jamming, which is today very important part of our business. Today we got military exercise called BALTOPS, and what will say GAT air traffic controller when hear the information, where is my mother? Are we going to find his name and trying to find his mother? No, he's asking about parentship, because it's important for the pilot. My lovely one, request Romeo Oscar Echo. For civil flight, it's just request to fly to aviation aid called René. For military, rules of engagement, different, completely different. And imagine when air traffic controller will answer approved. Another problem for why they need to be very well trained. The blue line is the just regular GAT traffic, because network manager is doing the job. The traffic goes between optimal and minimum, so air traffic controllers are quite happy. It's not boring. They know what to do. They're giving the service. But for OAT traffic, we got some shots. Nothing, 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 and then doesn't matter. Military side needs to departure 20 aircrafts, we have to deal with 20. 30, okay, we have to deal with 30. The problem is when we finish to give the service of for those aircrafts, it's a break, and it's very difficult to be still focused, because suddenly we can have another peak. So this is the difference. AUP, it was in 2019, well, it looks like that, then 2022, war started, we created a little bit more TRAs and TSAs. 2024, still much, much more. And this is the future. We got new aircraft, F-35. It's necessary to have a bigger airspace for them. And of course, we can expect delays. Our legal framework. So we got aviation law. The last update was in 24th of January 2025, and it's very important. Shortly I will tell you why. We got, of course, regulation of the minister about the infrastructure, and two regulations which give us the opportunity to create very fast any kind of airspace, especially in the control airspace. We can do it almost for the next day because of one of the announcements. I mentioned that the last update of aviation law was very important, because we are the only country which gives the opportunity to military side to use unmanned aircraft only with a regular flight plan. OAT flight plan, IOAT flight plan. It's not necessary to stay always in the segregated area. So it's a huge step. I know that also in Finland, in Sweden, it's also possible to fly like this, but it's not because of the aviation law, it's because of the letters of agreement in that countries. And we are doing this since 2025, no issue. I think that it's much better to have the aircraft, to separate the aircraft from aircraft than aircraft from the space. So because of this, we can increase the capacity for GAT traffic, and it's much easier for us to work. Of course, when the pilot in command needs to make a lot of maneuvers without information through the radio, he will ask for switching on a TRA. What is the minimum? The minimum is to have a transponder, radio, two-way radio communication, VHF or UHF as extra one. Also two-way telephone communication. It's necessary to check the communication before enter control airspace in Poland, because when it's an emergency and it's not possible to contact with the pilot through regular radio, we can always call to the pilot and ask what he's going to do. Now the creme de la creme, cross-border. We got cross-border, of course, for GAT traffic. Pretty easy. It depends if the airline operator is registered in the European Union or not. It's necessary just to have a flight plan. If the airline operator is on the blacklist, it's not clear to enter. Simple. OAT. We got Polish aviation. We got something special, which is called letter of intent between MODs. What we need to make the cross-border operation? Diplomatic clearance, flight plan, OAT or IOAT, airspace reservation if needed because of the training or exercise. And for unmanned aircraft, it's necessary to have letters of agreement with MATSO and standard operation procedures. Part of the letter of agreement is necessary to be signed by MATSO with the military operator. We got the information that they got everything what we need and they can fly. I mentioned about the letter of intent, and we are talking today that we are losing time because of the diplomatic clearances. Why? We got letter of intent signed by, as you see, almost every MOD in the Europe. So the problem is how to execute. For example, airbase in country A noticed that the process is too long. So we got the gate. It's just necessary to call, not wait until somebody will do it. No, it will not happen. And one MOD should talk to other MOD how to increase the speed for preparing the flight. You can, because of this, you can sign additional letters of agreement to increase the speed of your operation, which is very important. And so we got some solution, but it's necessary to think how to use it. And if we are doing the same in domestic way. For example, if we notice that some military airbase got a problem or we got a problem with them, it's just we call them, let's meet, talk, improve. simple. It's not necessary to wait until someone on the top will give us the solution on regulation. We can do it by ourselves. Why we got this letter of intent? Of course, to minimize any impact on civil aviation. To provide NATO Air Command with flexible and response access in suitable larger volumes of airspace. By the way, air traffic controllers responsible for the AOT traffic, they are just like engineers in Formula One for drivers. And we got a very good example from the last race in Monaco. One mistake of engineer made that the Russell, instead of be on third position, finished at 12th. Just one mistake, and we are doing the same. The military side must be on time. That's why it's necessary to have a good training, and also we know how to deal with military traffic in emergency, and I highly suggest to everyone that every military flight, doesn't matter is it the fighter jet or something else. Yes, I will try. Sorry. It's better to have them as OAT, not GAT. We got also cross-border operation, and it's also in Polish aviation law, and it's not necessary to have even the flight plan. We got cross-border operation letters of agreement, so when, for example, we need to do something with the Alpha mission, we can do it. I will try it. Okay, at the end, because I started with Great Britain, and Great Britain gave us the Dire Straits, the group. I'm going to paraphrase one of the sentence from the Brothers in Arms music, because we are brothers. There is so many different, instead of word, countries, so many different solutions instead of sons, and we have just one instead of word airspace, but with living in the different ones. So let's create one common airspace and work together, because it's necessary to have both aviation in the same time. It's not possible to have only civilian side, and we don't want to have only military side, because in that case we got a war, and we don't want to have a war. So we need civil as a business and military to protect the business. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Slavomir. It was an interesting presentation, a little bit long. You shared the good cooperation with the military, the Panzer and Mazzo. You really do it well. Thank you really for visualizing the future AOP. This was interesting, really interesting. Now it's time for the Q&As. All the Q&A session. We also, as the first section, had different questions. Thank you very much for them. We try to summarize, and one of the questions that we identified to pose to all the panelists will be, what are the current procedures for a military airspace users to request and use airspace beyond national borders? Ray, maybe to start with you?
Yeah, there's a nice starter for 6. I would say you could probably ask everybody, and you will get a number of different answers in relation to that. And I think kind of once you get like kind of your question is beyond national borders, and the first thing is that at any stage one has to consider what's beyond the national border. Is it sea, high seas, or is it another state? And is that, are we dealing with a neighbour state, for example, in relation to airspace over the high seas, in which case we may deal with it differently. But ultimately, kind of the first thing is that over the high seas, ICAO rules apply. And that is a clear aspect from a military perspective in terms of at the very hard end kind of the application once over the high seas ICAO rules apply. However, obviously within good neighbourliness you will apply and ensure that kind of that we operate in association by agreement and by coordination. The second thing then is obviously if you're dealing with territorial airspace, now there is the requirement that there needs to be an agreement for the operation of military aircraft, military personnel in another state, because that is what is actually occurring at that stage. And then there may be a multilateral aspect to that situation, but absolutely it ends up as a bilateral between two states for the agreement for the forces of one state to operate over the territory of another state. So I suppose kind of in terms of what agreements exist, different formats and different processes may be applied depending on the context and depending on the relationship from a treaty basis for the states involved. But ultimately you will have two states involved ultimately in the decision as to how cross-border operations occur if there are two states or more states involved. And in some cases it will be just beyond your own territorial, it may be over the high seas. So.
Thank you. Yeah, Jeremy, can you add something to, as we said, different processes and procedures, of course, from French maybe point of view?
Yeah, concerning cross-border operation for military, and if with the need, if I correctly understand the question, to book some airspace, I don't see anything harmonized. It's always a dedicated process, and we need to always perform, assess the situation, and to book an area for the purpose of an exercise, for example. Cross-border is quite new now. Huh? We try that with improved OAT for the military. It's the first time we will have a cross-border in OAT, because OAT, even if we just want in the past or now outside the improved OAT area, if we want to transit with a OAT flight plan, it's the harmonization is ongoing, but it's still it's still a dedicated process. So I would say that yeah, military still now are flying GIT most of the time, and it's quite new. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. Do you have anything to add, Frederic? No. Okay. And you, Xavier? No.
Yeah, I can just add that I completely agree with my co-speakers. So as I said during my presentation, there is no harmonized procedural process for cross-border airspace management, and there is no entity who's got the big overview of which airspace are going to be booked for all the users. Yeah, we need to harmonize. Of course, there is the international airspace, but for each nation, for each state, you've got national procedure, but there is no harmonized process.
Okay. Thank you. Adrian, anything to add?
I will be online with my colleagues, our speakers. Depends on the situation. If they are talking about the sovereign airspace of the neighboring countries or the high seas, and arrangement for that. Of course, from the legal perspective, specific arrangement have to be deployed, developed and signed well before, depending on the national regulation. As mentioned in my presentation, that would take some time, but at least a letter of agreement, which are lower level of arrangement in between the neighboring ACCs, for instance, or neighboring CRCs have to be in place. And of course, for the coordination means at all levels, civil, military, and military to military have to be established. in communication means, and of course, at least point of contact. Thank you.
Thank you. And one question, it is related to this, but I will read it. For cross-border operations, how will operational responsibilities, procedures, and information ownership be aligned in practice? And how will member states be incentivized or required to define service level agreements? Slavomir, do you have an idea?
I think that I already answered during my presentation to this.
Yeah,
so
partially.
First, what I think is missing, that civil side totally don't understand military needs, and military side do not understand civilian needs. And that's why it's necessary to start talking even on the lowest level, and then it will be much easier to go to our bosses and say we need this and this, and then we can transfer this to MOD level, and MODs can communicate then even in on European level and find a solution for the future.
Thank you. I will look at the floor. Any more questions for the panelists? I see none. Okay. I will now shortly summarize the panel. The challenge is to enable the member states to exercise their national responsibilities with more effective, faster, more coordinated and interoperable military and mobility arrangements. To enable multinational operations while maintaining national prerogatives needs harmonized procedures, I'm sure you agree with me, and shared information and best practices. How to translate operational requirements into concrete, harmonized and deployable solutions is in the focus of the afternoon sessions. And with this ends my moderating part for today. In the afternoon, moderator will be Remus Lakatus. Thank you very much for all the panelists, all the participants for the interactive discussions, and now a well-deserved lunch break. Remus, back to you.
Thank you to the panelists, and my only kind request to you now is to stick to the time when resuming the meeting at 13:45, please. We will cut 4 minutes of your lunch break. I apologize for that. So please be back here and online, 13:45. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I will start the next session while you are taking your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you for being back in both room and online. We start the next session of our forum. This session will consist of two distinct parts. So the first part is a continuation of the previous session, just to continue to listen to operational requirements and challenges. And the second session will switch the topics towards solutions, what EUROCONTROL, CMC, and Network Manager joint teams are working on and providing to facilitate cross-border operations for OAT flights under en route conditions. So, but the first part we dedicated to air traffic controllers. So we have two air traffic controllers, one currently on duty, a civil ATCO on duty, and the second, a military ATCO with deep roots in the provision of military ATC service provision. They are coming from two different systems, let's say, system organization in provision of the ATC service to en route OAT flights. And I invite first Justina from PANSA to tell us on how a civil ATCO is providing the service to OAT en route flights. Thank you.
Thank you, Remus. Thank you, everyone, for the invitation to be here. It was an honor, and I actually have prepared my narrow ATCO perspective on the topic, and I've noticed that we've been narrowing the perspective, starting in the morning with very broad legislation issues. Then throughout your presentations, we were talking about specific issues and specific problems. I will only probably share my very, very narrow perspective on how we handle OAT traffic in Polish FIR. I would like to talk about current practices and also the operational environment in Poland. Then we'll talk about civil-military cooperation in this high-intensity operational environment, which actually Sławomir started talking about, and I will make more detailed, let's say. I'll talk about the strengths of Polish system and then point out the challenges, technical limitations that we face on a daily basis. Sorry. In the end, I will discuss the experiences, challenges, and opportunities for harmonization with the vision for the future development of the topic. Okay. So, starting with our operational environment, we have two pictures here. One you already have seen. On the right side, we see the regular planned activity in segregated airspace in Poland. And it's very active, let's say. There are many airspace reservations. We have to navigate around it. And if there are no airspace reservations or they are limited, we do have to face very specific routing of, for example, reconnaissance flights, as you see on the left picture. So we have to make sure that we understand that military traffic has very mission-dependent routing. There might be late changes to flight plans and profiles, and those flight profiles are very variable. And mission priorities also are very time-sensitive. They might actually change during the flight itself. So we have to respond to that as ATCOs to ensure the effective mission accomplishment and also the safety of the civilian and operational traffic around it, which is not an easy case, but we managed to do so. Poland has implemented EuroAT. We have implemented IOAT flight plan. The other thing that we integrated very well are UAVs, which Sławomir spoke about. The cooperation that we are conducting on a daily basis mostly is with neighboring countries. As you see, for example, Poland is neighboring with Germany, who has also implemented EuroAT. However, there are, I wouldn't say slight or minor differences. There are differences in how we handle OAT traffic. So the coordination is needed anyway, and there are specific issues, like, for example, handling formation flights on the cross-border operations that are very different. And the harmonized solutions, which I'll talk later about, are really needed. As an ATCO, I say we really need harmonized solutions for OAT cross-border operations. As you see, for example, Slovakia or Lithuania, they haven't implemented EuroAT, and we also face different challenges than with Germany, but still they are in place. Apart from coordinating with neighboring countries, we have to coordinate with civilian GAT sectors because OAT and GAT controllers work in the same airspace. And as well military actors, not only national military air traffic controllers or CRCs, but also neighboring military actors. I would say that Poland is, in my opinion, among the more advanced ECAC states in OAT integration. And the strengths that we have is definitely the experience, extensive experience in this complex operational environment, especially just before and since the escalation of war in Ukraine. We do have a lot of military overflights, not only overflights, a lot of missions, reconnaissance missions, etc., you name it. We do have a unified training for GAT and OAT controllers. So as Sławomir also mentioned, we are learning the same things with some kind of emphasis for OAT controllers to learn some additional procedures, NATO procedures, but they also have to know how GAT work looks like to be able to navigate OAT traffic around if we have to make the separation. There are dedicated OAT national procedures and simplified regulations. For example, just recently we have implemented in Poland a reduced separation for OAT-GAT pairs of traffic, which is now 5 nautical miles for both GAT-GAT, GAT-OAT traffic with additional 1 mile for every formation, but this is a detail. I have mentioned we implemented EuroAT, IOAT flight plan and UAV into the airspace. Many of our ATCOs have former military background, myself included. I have been mission controller, aircraft controller in the Air Force as well. And we do try to make the airspace as flexible as it can be with the focus on mission effectiveness. And how we do it, we also have one detail that I wanted to add. For example, electronic coordination via ALDI protocol with most neighboring FIRs and also approaches. That means that we are able to coordinate electronically within and with neighboring countries with no need for verbal coordination. That's also the thing that we have been testing in Mitrano, Cesar project last year, and it really shows the effectiveness. It helps to handle regular situation, because in emergency situations we would probably use verbal communication in the first place to make it easier. And although we are doing many things correctly, there are some operational challenges and limitations that we are facing. The thing that Sławomir mentioned, unpredictable traffic peaks that we have to face. Sector configuration, we also have sectors for OAT sector, which is all Poland. We can divide it into specific sectors depending on the needs. It's difficult to adjust those sectors. The configuration may become inappropriate during surges. And the fact that I have already mentioned, but I want to expand a bit, are different procedures among neighboring states. So let's be very detailed. Lithuania does not accept non-standard formation flights. And it causes a lot of workload for Polish air traffic controllers because we have to reorganize the formations before they enter Lithuania. We have a lot of cross-border operation with Lithuania, including the things that are training in Lithuania but are to refueling back in Poland. So the formations are flying back and forth, and we have to reorganize the formation every time. With Germany, we have for example, problem with in-flight splits or join-ups because German air traffic controllers do not agree on those procedures in their airspace. That means that we are sometimes facing very late information from the German side that we need to perform a split that was required by the formation, and we have another traffic on our frequency, which makes it also overwhelming sometimes. And with Slovakia, we face a problem, let's call it a challenge, not a problem, sorry, that they didn't implement the OAT, but they have military OAT controllers, let's say, who handle only UAV traffic. But all the other military traffic, operational missions or overflights, are handled by GAT. That means that we have to coordinate with both actors in one airspace, and sometimes they do not coordinate within each other. That makes the coordination even more difficult for us. Oh, sorry, can I get back? Yeah. I wanted to talk about technical limitations a bit, because we also have technical limitations in terms of coordination with military actors. They do not use the same software, obviously. We have to use additional softwares as OAT controllers, so we have to use 2 screens for one thing to be able to coordinate with both civil and military sites. So I would suggest that we work on this as well in the domain to have this interoperable system. And possible solutions and areas for improvement. As I mentioned, we have, to some extent, developed electronic coordination. We were developing it without CESAR projects, and I would suggest that we continue in this direction, because it's very, very important. It can enable our work, facilitate it. Then standardized training for military and civilian ATCOs. In Poland, we do understand each other's needs because we are trained similarly. However, I've met some different approaches to this topic in different countries, and I think the standardized training is important as well. There should be balance in safety, mission effectiveness, and operational flexibility. Of course, safety first, every ATCO knows it, but the mission effectiveness is also important to our security, let's say, long-term security. Harmonized guidelines for handling OAT across ECAC states would be an advantage. We wouldn't have to face the situations that I was describing in detail in my presentation if there were harmonized guidelines. And I suggest, we've been talking about it during our CESAR projects meetings, that a civil-military ATCO working group could be a solution, that we start from the very low level, talking one to each other, people who are facing those problems on an everyday basis, and find solutions that actually apply to every country, and then suggest a solution to our supervisors, to decisive people, to make it our work better, safer, and easier for everyone. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justina. That was a civil-minded perspective. Let's listen to Marta now, who should provide us the military ATCO perspective.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much, Remus, for having me here. And thank you also, Mitrano team members, for making easier the task of being here. I would like to briefly explain from my side how military and how civil military ATM coordination works in Spain, especially for en route IFR OAT operations. I will focus on how the system works in practice, what its main strengths are, and what challenge we still see at cross-border level. I will do it in 4 short steps. First, I will present the Spanish AOR. Then I will explain how FR OIT service provision is organized, how civil-military coordination works in practice, and finally, the main cross-border challenges and opportunities. This slide simply depicts the scale of the Spanish AOR and the operational environment in which our model applies. On the map, you can see the Canary Islands sphere and the mainland sphere. The areas used for military activities are shown in pink. In Spain, civil and military ATS are provided from the same physical location, the ACCs, but responsibilities are separated by flight rules. Civil ATCO and AIRE manage GAT flows with a focus on capacity and network efficiency, and military ATCOs from the Spanish Air and Space Force manage OAT flights with a focus on mission effectiveness and tactical flexibility. Both work in parallel with clear responsibility defined in letters of agreement. In practice, coordination is direct and continuous. As OAT flights move along the route, military ATCOs coordinate in advance with each civil sector concerned. Route and flight level changes follow the same basic logic used between civil sectors through direct integration with the core ATM system, SACTA in Spain, and logically established procedures. Military ATCOs also coordinate entry into and exit from reserved airspace with air defense controllers. This model gives us several advantages. It improves situational awareness, supports more efficient use of airspace, and keeps civil and military roles clearly defined. Another strength is the workable balance between civil efficiency and military mission effectiveness. Because we use the same system in the same location, the military is a core part of the ACC operations, not just a visitor or a guest. At cross-border level, the situation is more difficult. Legal and sovereignty issues play an important role. System interoperability is still limited, and tactical coordination depends on prior voice coordination. Also, national procedures are not always understood in the same way, and these reduce operational flexibility. For us, this also highlights where progress is possible. Europe could move step by step from voice-based coordination to more system-assisted electronic coordination. It could also further harmonize cross-border OAT procedures, strengthen joint training, and improve common understanding between adjacent ACCs. With all that in mind, and closing my presentation, one practical way forward could be the creation of a civil-military ATCO working group. This could give civil and military controllers a dedicated forum to exchange operational experience and lessons learned from real-time operations, or as I like to call it, the last frontier, the place where we test everything done beforehand. And I think that, okay, thank you for your attention, and that's all from my side.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you for being very pointed on the subject. I think we can get some messages from you, especially for us as EUROCONTROL team. We should look into a way to facilitate the discussions between civil and military ATCOs or air defense controllers from a civil-military coordination perspective. And we will try to fulfill your need related. So to put in place what both of you mentioned about a civil-military ATCO working group. Further on, what we can also notice as a shortcoming is about system support. So usage of an integrated system support for both civil and military ATCOs is valuable, but above that, what I learned from you is about the interoperability between the civil and military ATM system support when they are not provided by a single system support. And yes, cross-border coordination between national ATC service providers, being them either military or civil, I think is the main shortcoming when it comes to the provision of the ATC service to cross-border en route OAT flights operating under IFR. Thank you very much again. And we switch now to Yes, please. You have 30 seconds in total. So,
Yeah, very, very short question to Marta. Who issued the license for military controllers? Same license.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We need to.
So, so it's similar to Poland. Thank you.
But we control in the ACCs.
thank you very much. Let's move on now with solutions. So my colleagues from the CMC division and the Network Management Directorate will present us with a great focus one of the technical enablers for cross-border OAT flights, which is the improved OAT flight plan. We will listen from my colleague Igor Kuren, a conceptual approach to it. Then Cezar Neculae from a network manager will talk us about related procedures. Then you will find out how the military liaison officer function in the network manager operations room can help you in coordinating at network level the military flights. And finally, my colleague Luc Anton will present us an overview on what is ongoing within the CMC division in Eurocontrol to facilitate cross-border operations. I will not step in between the speeches, so please come onto the desk and roll on your presentations. Good luck.
Thank you, Remus. So first of all, thank you very much for a very nice lunch. That was real relief after the first part of the day. Very heavy discussions there. And I hope nobody is sleeping yet, unless we make it possible. So then we're moving to improved OAT flight plan. Actually, this is one of our key developments in CMC. In last few decades, it was a great challenge set in front of the military ATM community to harmonize processes, procedures in ATM, military ATM world. So we act accordingly to implement improved OAT flight plan. And what are the main reasons, I would say, for this implementation? First, we look as the background on the European airspace. This airspace is unique. It's unite European, single European sky, but fragmented due to national sovereignty issues. This airspace is managed in a centralized way through the network management arrangements, through the FOB management and the free route airspace design. So there are plenty of things that facilitate management of centralized management of airspace and accommodates civil and military ATM demand under specified conditions. From airspace user operations perspective, this airspace is used in a way that for civil, flights are conducted according to the GET rules, according to the EU regulations and ICAO SARPs. For military, flights, OET flights conducted according to the national regulations and when required according to the SARPs and European regulation. And also, it's very important that civil operations are supported by standard ICAO flight plan, while domestic military OET operations very often supported by nationally developed OET flight plans, which due to different nature of local and national ATM organizations may differ in terms of the format, content, and the way how they are distributed. From a navigation service perspective, European airspace operation facilitated by INSPs, civil and military. Services provided in classified air traffic service airspace from class A to class Golf. So this service is provided mainly to GAT flights and to OET flights operating in the same OET under specified conditions, as well as services provided to military flights outside controlled or in uncontrolled airspace, meaning in segregated airspace supported by military controlling units. So this is set up, this is the common view on how things look like, and now we are moving to the point where we need improved OET flight plan. Actually, the concept was endorsed and adopted by MAP It was developed by military ATM experts, and this concept was giving us the right way to develop guidelines and implement improved OET flight plan, as this process is taking place today in several countries. In fact, improved OET flight plan is a structured formalized flight plan format based on ICAO model flight plan that aggregates information on military IFR flights and is shared with all pertinent ATM and relevant non-ATM actors in a harmonized format. Improved OET flight plan to be deployed as the standard for en route OET IFR operations. It should ensure real-time information exchange using all possible means of communication between Wing Operations Center, between network manager and INSPs, also including B2B services, facilitate harmonized ATM support to cross-border en route OET IFR flights, and facilitate integration of OET IFR flights in ATM network, developing operational and technical interface between OET and GET flights. Actually, the baseline for the development was set in the EUROCONTROL document. You know, this is the only harmonized reference, legal reference, which is called EUROCONTROL publication of harmonized OET rules for military flights flying as IFR in controlled air traffic service airspace. And these rules state that every military IFR flight operating outside national airspace should file a flight plan, likewise ICAO, where to address military information, details about the flight plan, and share with all relevant ATM actors. This was the baseline and the legal reference for us to develop it. When we come to the cross-border operations, today we understand that improved OET flight plan is a key enabler because it serves, first of all, as a single legal reference for all military OET IFR flights operating across national borders. It applies to all military manned, unmanned aircraft operations flying as IFR OET in controlled airspace. It ensures consistent flight data and uniform content distribution to all relevant ATM and non-ATM actors. So this is the key for the interoperability between civil and military actors, and this is the key interface between OET and GET operations to understand military ATM demand. It includes ATM data detailing military flight intentions and functions as the exclusive flight plan for military GET or mixed OET-GET flights, because for any GET flights, military have to file standard ICAO 2012 flight plan, and facilitates correlation of military IFR flight trajectories and position in air traffic services across FIR EURA. And importantly, this flight plan acts as a main enabler for military flights not being constrained and regulated by ATM network. So this is the flight plan that gives freedom for military to operate in congested air traffic service airspace of IFPZ without being imposed constraints, regulations, and limitations. When it comes to the air mobility, it facilitates improved coordination between states and operational stakeholders. It reduces fragmentation between states by applying EUROAT dynamic diplomat clearance and cross-border approvals and timelines. It strengthens cross-border coordination frameworks through civil military CDM at network, regional, and local level, and modernize ATM capabilities for military needs when it comes to dual use of CNS infrastructure and digitalization. And finally, we're coming to the main slide. That slide demonstrates the outcome of our effort spent over the last few years. We started with our pilot states. Thank you very much to all presented today representatives of the states who committed a lot to make things happening and to have this flight plan today operational. So now, for those who like notion of corridors, we have one big corridor from the western boundaries of European Union to the eastern boundaries from France to Poland, across Belgium and Germany. So this big corridor allows and gives freedom to military OAT operations wherever they want to fly direct routes, not being constrained and operating as fast as necessary. Of course, including this need for diplomatic clearance we cannot avoid for the time being. This is a necessity to have. And with the color code you see on this map, the dark blue, or let's say it's bluish color, the states with the commitment to implement improved OAT flight plan. We conduct negotiation with Baltic states, with Hungary, with Portugal, with Spain and Italy. We also we intend to speak to Greece, Bulgaria, anticipating their reaction and their commitment to the implementation. But I have to tell you that sooner or later, whether you like it or not, improved OAT flight plan will cover completely IFPZ zone. We need it because it gives a simple and very efficient approach for military operating as OAT across European countries, and that will help a lot in the future. With this, I will finalize my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. As you see on the slide, I'm Cezar from the Network Manager. I used to be in the CMC division some time ago. Just for you to know, for people knowing me, I promised not to wear a tie because I hate ties. And I said I will wear a tie for Putin's funeral. And then Remus came and said, you need to wear a tie. I hope he gives me good news by the end of the day. You never know. I'll give you the perspective from NM. We are not so political, although my boss, the Supreme Commander, Răzvan Bucuroiu, it's a bit of a mix. We are not so politicians, so in terms of strategies, we'd rather talk operational issues. Remus told me to talk procedures. Before procedures, we had a lot of problems implementing in our systems. So we were trying to deal with everything because we've seen a lot of fragmentation, as the previous speakers told us, in the ATM procedures, in the formats of the flight plans. So it was a lot trying to harmonize, and it was also a lot for Network Manager. Simply because the OAT flight plans, the pure old, I would call them, OAT flight plans, did not exist for NM. It was, like the French would say, poubelle. Receiving them, crushing poubelle. And then we discovered there are some truths there, some added value. And we see the benefits for military stakeholders, but also from the network perspective, you'll see in my following slides there are a lot of benefits as well. This slide is a gift from Remus. I'm not capable of producing slides like this. I would say it's very poetic. Left-hand side, chaos. Right-hand side, order. Left-hand side, darkness. Right-hand side, light. Very poetic. You see a crowded sector in the darkness. It looks for me, I told Remus, it looked like the Strait of Hormuz. A lot of movements, unexpected military formations. It's even worse on Network Manager screens. You see below the screen, we understood nothing. And then last-minute adjustments, FMPs shouting, ATCOs in panic, it's overloaded, do something. Tactical response, again, not visible at our level Network Manager. Now we move to the light. We are not in an operating room in a hospital. You have to go to the light. Don't fight. To go to the light, you see the managed sector. Military in one corner, civil in another. Doesn't happen like this. We put them together. Everything is very organized. We have in Network Manager now the IoT flight plans, pre-planned everything in advance, balanced traffic, strategic planning. Everything is there. What else can you ask for? Very poetic. Operational characteristics. We received from our Supreme Forum, the Network Manager Board, the order after the MAB, Military ATM Board, gave the blessing deal with this implemented in NM systems. And we had to do a recap. What do we need to implement? And you see there, flight type M for military. Used to be discussions for state aircraft, to have also the police and customs, as ICAO says. For the moment, it's only military. We hope the others will follow. IFR en route, mostly. IFR, it's an asterisk. We're discovering during the testing with the pilot states, France, Belgium, and Germany, we had a bug in our system. The mixed VFR-IFR flight plans, Yankee and Zulu, were passing the tests. We wanted to delete the bug, then France said, stop. Can you leave the bug there? I said, okay, let's leave the bug. It's a bug, leave it there. Then a very dutiful developer observed some time ago the bug. He deleted the bug, and then France started screaming, supported by Germany. What about our bug? It was a tolerated bug, make it permanent. So it's not a bug anymore, it's part of our system now. We can process mixed IFR, VFR, but only the IFR portion. We distribute the VFR portion at the system. We ask, where is this flight plan happening? And in the beginning, they said, control the airspace. Control the airspace. We are used to talking to ANSPs, very, very well defined. When we talk to the military, we discovered it's from ground to God, the controlled airspace. Big difference. And then we said controlled ATS airspace, just to be sure also that we pass to the ANSPs the same message. We do not want to go beyond IFPS zone. So you have it there, IFPS zone. It's our goal. It's a lot of work to do. We hope to reach there. So for flights reaching Indian Ocean, Diego Garcia, don't fly IoT flight plan. We have a single format. In the beginning, there were a lot of voices. I want this format, this format. We like to say we are like a Michelin star restaurant. We don't have a la carte. We offer you one menu, take it or leave it. It's very expensive for us, for you, but it's very good. Manned and unmanned, I think Igor mentioned it before. Inside the national airspace or cross-border. I was there when we started with the CESAR activities. It was mainly for cross-border operations. It was a lot to talk about cross-border operations. And then just to make sure we receive also the order, only the military authorities, and that's why it's in bold on the slide, have the responsibility to decide for which flights you file IoT flight plans. Nobody will tell the military authorities, it's mandatory for you to file the flight plan. It's not CP1, we are not the European Commission, this is a coalition of willingness. It's totally based on your willingness to implement this IoT flight plan. There is no regulation behind. Everything was going very well, we were developing, changing a lot, also the procedures and the way of thinking. I am not ashamed to say NM system used to be very civil-oriented, and I know Rory from IATA is here. Rory knows very well. Very, very much civil-oriented. And then we reminded ourselves we are network manager for civil and military. So we switched back the focus. We're also dealing with military. And we started to think, to modify this paradigm. Each and every piece of system and software had to be changed and fine-tuned. And in the process of implementing, we received 2 orders, very clear orders from Germany. Thank you once again, Germany, for doing this. Immediately supported by France. You see there are 2 conditions. These OAT flights for which IoT flight plans are filed, they shall never be subject to ATFM measures. Very clear message in bold as well. And also not be subject to any restrictions we have in our database, restrictions linked to FRA, to free route airspace, to DCTs, the RAD restrictions, the famous RAD restrictions. None of them is applicable unless the military authorities via the National ENV Coordinator, the military ENV Coordinator are saying so. So we gave the military, in translation, a check in white. Do whatever you want. You are not subject to anything. I think, Rory, you can confirm a lot of CEOs of airlines will give an arm and a leg and the other arm and the other leg to have something like this. You receive a check in white. Do whatever you want, just send us your flight intentions. Doesn't have to be perfect. We do not want the best classified trajectory. Give us something. 1 is bigger than 0. Clear message from NM. Again, you see there the IoT airspace as we have it in our database. We put it, everything together. Our final goal is to have it extended to IFPS zone. You have to remember when you start implementing, fingers crossed, in the future, IoT flight plan, as soon as you go out, the flight plan is rejected. Must be inside, so the corridor mentioned by Igor from Western Europe to Poland and hopefully beyond, this is the airspace for the moment. We are trying to do all sorts of developments in INM, the new system, but we'll see. Now, this is the flight plan. It is like this. My Supreme Commander, Răzvan Bucuroiu, said, don't reinvent the wheels. We didn't reinvent the wheel. It's the same flight plan. It has only this UR/OAT in item 18. And for us, it's just another flight plan. We had to modify the philosophy of the system behind. We fought a lot in each and every bit of the system. But for us, nowadays, it's just another flight plan. Managed the same, with the same format as the others. So it's nothing special. Even the associated messages are there, so it's just another flight plan. It's nothing special. Everybody's asking, can you send me the specifications of IoT flight plan? There are no specifications for IoT flight plan. It's a section in our holy book, IFPS User Manual, section 29, which says IoT flight plans. There is nothing else. It's just another flight plan. In the flight plan, we received the order from the military, incorporate always the reserved or temporary restricted airspace. We have it there, all sorts of solutions. We would like to thank very much our French colleagues for testing our patience and the development skills to the limits. It's always good to be challenged. And now we have a lot of solutions to accommodate everything. So the restricted or reserved airspace is there. It's in the description of the IoT flight plan, and we accommodate all sorts of solutions. Again, this is a slide from Remus, and I said, why should I talk about military relevance? Simple question. You are network manager at civil and military. Okay, fair enough. So you have the automated processing. Fred was mentioning in his slides, it's a very, very big plus for the military community. Centralized processing and distribution of IoT flight plans using the civil and military ATM infrastructure. Access to civil and military ATC services, and we had the two ladies explaining us with these services. Exemption from non-applicable ATM rules and constraints. We have in our database, it's called CACD, Centralized Airspace and Capacity Database in ANM, more than 64,000 restrictions. We are very proud to say, including 16,000 RAD restrictions. We are very proud to say we started for the military again, check in white, none of them is applicable to IoT flight plans, unless military says so, otherwise. So no restriction in an M database is applicable to IoT flight plans. Again, Rory, you would kill for this. Again, it's a very much trust placed on the military stakeholders. Give us your flight intentions. We will do it accordingly. I will try to protect your interests and your mission effectiveness. A lot of support for the CivMil coordination, and then usage of network level solutions for submission and exchange of flight plan data. We are always there, and now we are more and more engaged with the military community. When we started putting this in ENM systems, the IoT flight plan data, all sorts of new ideas were popping up. We have it there. We have it there, and the pilot states, and plus Poland now, they have it there. It's a treasury of information. It's a lot. It's a gold mine. You have the military, the IoT flight plan, in your system, processed by FPS, distributed. You can put it in your flight list for awareness, or you can play with it. Slot list, the picture is there just to say it is in the slot list, could be a flight, but totally exempted from a regulation. So could be there in a slot list, not regulated. A lot of graphs. You can extract a lot of information. The flow management positions all over Europe are really engaging now with us. We had a questionnaire. We had 23 replies. Huge interest from the flow management positions of ANSPs across Europe. We would like to have information about IoT flight plans. It's a very clear message from NM and for the CMC division to start developing and addressing this. They want the information about these flights, not to regulate them. Again, I would like to stress, not to regulate them, just to be aware of the activities. Also in the CESAR activities, we had a lot of playing around with target times for military, for the IoT flight plans. In the beginning, I told Remus, please keep me from all this discussion mentioning ATFCM and IoT flight plans in the same sentence. I do not want to be there. And then, okay, it's not about regulation. Let's discuss, maybe we can find some fine-tuning, some target time, something military can accept as part of the collaborative decision-making, being in the possibilities and being ready to engage with us. So we have it there as a solution, as a possible solution. We need to discuss both with FMPs and with the military partners. So NM is there, it's a very clear message. NM is there to support you. We will not interfere with your procedures. NM is there just to support you. We will not interfere with you. No questions of breaching sovereignty. By the way, have you seen the format of the flight plan? I have now the feeling that you've seen Star Wars. I somehow know that Michael Callender, as a master Jedi, was doing behind our developers. No Diplo clearance, no Diplo clearance. And they got the message. There was no discussion, and for the moment, there is no discussion for NM to process the Diplo clearance in the flight plan. We are very, very sorry to disappoint you. This is what we do. But there is no discussion for the moment Diplo clearance. So you can put it in remark, Ray, in item 18. You can write the story of your life. For NM, it's free text. You can say, I love Putin even. But we will not process this information. So it's there, can be distributed. We will distribute it. We distributed item 18 of the flight plan. There is no parsing of the information with the Diplo clearance. Not for the moment. You need, again, to talk to my managers if they want to engage in the future. I hope I'll be on pension by that time. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you for the invitation.
So good afternoon all. My name is Mariana Silva, and I'm part of the military liaison officer team, like a Milo team, as you heard, and part of the civil military cooperation division. So today I will present the Milo functions within the Network Manager Operations Center and its role in supporting the military cross-border operations at network level. So I will start by framing the challenge in today's European airspace, then introduce the Milo concept and its operational value, illustrate this through two operational scenarios, and finally highlight the coordination for effective coordination at network level, of course. So first of all, let me start by framing the challenge at network level. So basically the challenge at network level, it's not the existence of military operations. It is their integration into a highly constrained and interconnected air traffic system. European airspace is one of the busiest in the world, and where even small disruptions can propagate across multiple FIRs. At the same time, military operations are becoming increasingly complex, such we see like large-scale exercises, cross-border missions, and dynamic airspace reservations. These needs create for predictability, coordination, and network-level visibility, and this is where Milo function plays a role. So Milo is embedded within the Network Manager Operations Center and works alongside with the flow management, flight planning staff, and airspace data functions. It acts as operational interface between the military stakeholders and NM domains. In the practical terms, it supports the integration of military requirements into network operations. And it coordinates areas such as airspace management, where this includes the coordination of airspace usage through the airspace use plan and updated use plan, the air traffic flow and capacity management, the flight planning staff, and the coordination between national stakeholders. This helps ensure that military operational needs can be translated into solutions that remain feasible within the European ATM network. So, the question is, what value can Milo bring for cross-border military operations? The first element is network-level coordination. Military operations increasingly involve multiple FIRs, different constraints, and several operational stakeholders. Milo helps provide early visibility. By collecting and sharing information early, Milo ensures that both military and civil stakeholders are aware of upcoming operations, can better anticipate impact and prepare mitigation measures where required. We also contribute for the reduction of flight plan rejections and routing inconsistencies. Cross-border military routes often encounter issues linked to rad restrictions, mandatory routing structures, or fragmented coordination between states. We support the identification of feasible routing solutions before their execution. Also, the synchronization of ASM, ATFCM, and flight planning process are essential, because without alignment between these processes, inconsistencies rapidly appear at network level, particularly during complex or large-scale operations. All of this contributes to a more predictable environment, both for military and civil stakeholders. The objective here is not to remove the complexity of cross-border operations, but to make it that complexity as much possible as manageable at network level. So the value of Milo comes from his interaction with military stakeholders, ANSPs, and NM. On the military side, coordination related to flight planning is often conducted with military units, particularly when routing issues appear, or even with flight planning validation process. For airspace requirements, coordination is normally performed through the airspace management cells, of course, who remain the primary interface for ASM activities. At national level, we interact with the NSPs and national stakeholders to ensure that military requirements remain operationally feasible within each FIR. Within the NM, we work together with the flow management, flight planning staff, and airspace data functions to make sure that the military activities are integrated into the network operations with full visibility of their potential impact. In practical terms, we connect military operational needs with network operational realities. So let me illustrate this with a typical cross-border transit scenario. A military aircraft needs to conduct a short notice transit across multiple FIRs using a non-standard route due to operational requirements. The flight plan encounters multiple constraints and is repeatedly rejected, not because of a single issue, but due to a combination of routing restrictions, airspace availability, and coordination gaps between states. Each FIR applies its own constraints, and without a network perspective, the problem becomes increasingly complex. We support the process by coordinating with military users to review the flight plan, to identify potential issues, and coordinate with our colleagues from the flight planning and relevant stakeholders in order to find a feasible solution routing. The result is not necessarily the optimal route from a purely military perspective, but a viable one and acceptable solution that allows the mission to proceed. At the same time, the impact on the network is understood and managed. This here illustrates how Milo transforms a fragmented cross-border problem into a coordinated level solution. The second one, as we heard already early today, it's concerning to a large-scale multinational military exercise. Such exercises normally require significant amount of airspace across multiple FIRs sometimes, and involve as well a high volume of military traffic and dynamic activity areas. From a network perspective, the challenge is significant because large portions of airspace may become unavailable, which can reduce capacity and trigger flow measures, management measures, such as regulations or rerouting of civil traffic. Milo supports these operations primarily in the planning and pre-tactical phases. We collect and consolidate the information about the exercise at an early stage, ensures that the network has the visibility of the planned activities. We support as well the assessment of the potential network impact, coordinate with the NSPs, with military stakeholders and the NM domains to align all operational elements. We ensure that airspace allocation, traffic flow measures, and flight planning, they are all synchronized. Again, the result is not the elimination of the impact, which is not realistic, of course, but a controlled and predictable impact on the network, where military objectives are achieved while civil traffic disruption is anticipated, managed, and minimized as much as possible. In this context, Milo ensures that large-scale military activities are not just executed, but integrated into the network in a controlled and predictable way. So, as we could see, these are two very different operations. One focuses on routing feasibility and flight plan validation, and the other one on large-scale airspace coordination and network impact. Despite this difference, both scenarios share the same fundamental challenge: fragmentation across multiple FIRs, operational actors, and ATM constraints. In both cases, we provide a network-level coordination layer that helps anticipate and manage complexity before execution. This is the common value that Milo brings to cross-border military operations. So these examples also highlight the conditions required for effective coordination. First, military requirements and airspace needs must be visible early enough to allow proper planning. Another key factor is the common situational awareness, where military stakeholders, ANSPs and NM, must operate with a shared understanding of the operational picture. Structured flight planning is also a key factor. Cross-border operations depend on predictable and compliant use of network structures. Unclear or inconsistent flight planning increases the risk of rejection and tactical coordination issues. Effective coordination also requires alignment across FIR boundaries and operational actors. Since many military operations span multiple states, coordination must go beyond national boundaries. Another critical aspect is synchronization between ASM, ATFCM, and flight planning processes. If these processes are not synchronized, fragmentation rapidly appears at network level. And finally, direct and trust communication channels remain essential because in a complex or time-sensitive operations, efficient communication between stakeholders is often what allows issues to be resolved before they impact execution. Ultimately, predictability at network level depends on effective coordination. So to conclude, cross-border military operations are becoming increasingly network dependent. At the same time, fragmentation across FIRs, stakeholders, and operational processes remains a major challenge. Effective integration requires coordination beyond national boundaries. Milo contributes by providing a network-level operation interface that helps connect military requirements with network realities. Ultimately, mission effectiveness and network stability must evolve together. Thank you very much. These are our contacts, and the Milo team remains at your disposal.
Good morning, everyone. So thank you to be here. I see a lot of people. Good afternoon. Thank you to be here because I see a lot of people, civil, military, and then it's very interesting to have this exchange with you. So my mission here is to present you what we do in the CMC division. So we heard this morning that there is some political issues regarding the coordination between civil and military, to have also the military mission conducted. I extract 2 points for this morning, which will be explained during my presentation, is the political issue and also the enabler. Instead of thinking about implementing a concept, implement some enablers in order to have this concept alive. So this is why, having that in mind, this is why within the CMC we develop we reinforce the mission trajectory initiative, deployment initiative, sorry. And the first slide will be strategic value and sovereignty. I will talk about strategic value and sovereignty. First, strategic initiative overview. So the MIDI is an internal EUROCONTROL CMC initiative to enable safe and coordinated military operation in European airspace. It is in line with what it was said this morning about the fact that EU and NATO and all the states want to have this air mobility. This MIDI creates a coordination framework because we have in mind the operational translation of this political will in some things really concrete. So it creates the mission trajectory, create a shared framework which improves the military activities predictability and reduce operational friction. It also important to say that it's a state-driven and non-prescriptive concept. This is why we say that it respects sovereignty, because the national sovereignty and the authority of the military command is preserved. However, we support the collaboration between civil and military, but also between military and military, especially in cross-border operation. So we also have, in deploying this mission trajectory concept, some operational benefits, because the MIDI announced operational readiness, resilience, satisfaction of new cross-border military needs, and it's also offer an efficient coexistence between military and civil aviation. Why? Because we exchange a lot of information. This is the key, the exchange of information. It was said this morning, it was said during the presentation of the IOAT, I will come back on that, but it is really important to exchange information. And the last but not the least, it is aligned with the policy of EU and NATO, who want to deliver operational outcomes like they talk about rapid air mobility, but let me talk about air mobility in general. So mission trajectory, how it works. So what is the concept? Mission trajectory provide shared, non-sensitive, ATM-relevant data only. It was really important, especially for the military, not to share confidential information or something like that. So this is only non-sensitive ATM-relevant data only. So this information cover the description of the military intent for the trajectory, but also, when needed, airspace reservation. So sharing this information will facilitate the coordination between military and civil. And again, military in cross-border operation as well. And there is no control transfer. What is important, but it was said during the presentation this morning as well, no delivery of automated authorization. You have to understand diplomatic clearance or something like that, except if there is an agreement between different states. But the mission trajectory concept is not to replace the diplomatic clearance, because this is something that is out of our scope at least, but that we can integrate within the procedures that we can develop in EUROCONTROL. The mission trajectory are, let me say, articulated around 4 core capabilities. The first one is a wing operation center, and the center has to be understood as a functionalities, or not a, but several functionalities. It's not necessarily an entity. A wing operation center is different functionalities. What is the objective of a WOC? A WOC serves at a national military interface for planning and coordination of operational activities. This is within the work that military said, that, okay, I want to do that, I have to be organized like this, I want to have this kind of assets and so and all these kind of things. Then we have a civil-military collaboration. So it means that the work elaborate a request and then start a discussion, a CDM, collaborative decision mechanism, put in place this CDM process in order to discuss with the civilian counterpart in order to adjust if needed and so on. It's up to the state to define what level of flexibility that you can have in the CDM. This is the 2 first core capabilities. The number 3 and the number 4 are really the pillars of this mission trajectory concept. The first one is what was presented, is the improved OAT flight plan. If there is one pillar, this is this one. Why? Because within the IoT flight plan, it provides ICAO compliant, it was said, ICAO compliant and harmonized cross-border flight plan information exchange regarding OAT, and it is distributed automatically to all the relevant stakeholders who have to deal with this flight plan, with this trajectory. So this is really, let me say, a big change in the ATM and in the cooperation between civil and military. The other one is the air traffic services provision to OAT traffic. It seems to be obvious that if you have a flight plan and if you request to have a trajectory in OAT, you need to be provided with OAT services, which is not the case everywhere for the moment. And this is the second pillar, very important as well. This provision needs also to be harmonized. This is why we promote to the EUROAT rules publication, which is a EUROCONTROL document. It was noted this morning as well, in order to foster the harmonization of procedures and services to be provided. In this concept, it was presented by César that you have military, you have EUROCONTROL involved, but you have also NM. So the responsibility allocation is like this if we want to make a summary. For the military command authority, the military authorities hold full command authority. It defines mission, intent, and priorities, all the things. The air traffic service unit's role in during the operation at the tactical level ensure the safety and tactical landing of OAT flights. As I said, the ideal situation will be to follow the same rules, harmonized, fully harmonized, and then it will facilitate cross-border operation. And finally, the network manager provide network-wide visibility and coordination support through shared flight data and ensure safety integration of civil and military flights in the same airspace. So it means that you have clear role boundaries, no transfer command, which is something ringing in the head of military, ensuring operational integrity and sovereignty protection, as well as optimum network performance, which ringing in the head of the civilian counterpart. What is the role of EUROCONTROL in this mission trajectory deployment? First, coordination framework. So CMC orchestrates the coordination framework, ensuring alignment of military needs and air traffic services across Europe. We really want to support the answers provided to the request of NATO and EU in this potential air mobility that we want to To do so, what we have to do, and I refer to the map presented by Igor, we need to identify willing states, meaning that it's not mandatory to implement that. However, I hope that we demonstrate that it is really a great beneficial for the military in order to follow the request of EU and NATO, yes, but also to the civilian in order to ensure a safe integration of the both parties. So we need to identify willing state, and it's up to the state to come to us and then to ask for information or even support. I will come back on that. We will provide support and harmonization. So it means that CMC supports member states by harmonizing processes as far as practical, sharing best practices, using, for instance, states who had already implemented some enablers, and to show that it increased the performance of the both sides, civil and military. We want to deploy also some CESAR-validated solution. To do so, we support the states in the assessment of national maturity, and then with them we elaborate a tailored deployment plan aligned with national needs. And we go to the we foster the implementation of enablers between instead of having a complete concept implementation. So CMC supports a structured approach across relevant domains, because within the CMC we have different domains of expertise. And this MIDI is also an internal program, is also to create synergy in the CMC in order to help you to implement what it is really efficient for you, states, military, and civil ANSP. We also have a non-operational role, but very important one, is that when we create harmonization or when we implement an harmonized solution, procedures or something, it means that some neighborhoods have the same way of working procedures as the others. So it means that we hope at least that we can foster the establishment of trusted framework. If we don't have that, we will be in a difficulty if we want to implement a cross-border operation. If we have this harmonization, this sharing regarding the procedures implementation, it's easier to trust the other party and then to enter in relation and to put in place some operational arrangement. So finally, MIDI is a facilitator, not a prescriptive mechanism, fully respecting national authority and being aligned with ECAC region needs. Now, let me be a little bit more pragmatic. So, MIDI, a tailored approach. When we are in contact with a state, we put ourselves and the states in a cross-border environment. This is the first step that we do all the time. Then, what we propose to the state, and it's a proposal, we identify issues and needs with them, we analyze the current situation, and we define its final state together. Based on that, we elaborate a local course of action, which is a kind of working plan in order to put in place some solution. Especially the work, non-confidential trajectory and airspace data shared with civil, the CDM, civil-military coordination process, taking care of mission effectiveness. This is a proposal. And the two most important capabilities is the new military flight plan format shared with civil, the IoT flight plan, and the adapted air traffic control services for military transit. We can go beyond as well, and depending on the maturity of the organization in place, we also propose to announce the airspace management adaptation. And within the CMC, we have LARA team, we have CMAC team, we have the role of the MILO can change a little bit to support the state as well. So we propose all this kind of improvement for them. The expectation is then at the end to have quick adaptation of ATM network, civil and military, and to have ECAC seamless OAT operation. This is really the expectation at the end of the process. What we believe as well is that we heard this morning that there are some difficulties, for instance, to define when you have an operation, a military operation, to define who is the commander, who is the POC. If you had this one, to this one, another difficulty, which is the communication between civil and military, it will be much more difficult. This is why we forced her to implement this kind of solution even during peacetime, in order to have the connection between civil and military, even in peacetime, in order to be ready for the crisis, and then to announce this interconnection between civil and military if needed, but at least to put that in place as soon as possible. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Luc, and thank you to all the speakers for your contributions. Now it's time to switch to the questions and answers session. We are 15 minutes ahead the schedule, surprisingly. That's, I think, the difference between expert level and political level. Yeah? So experts are always pointed, yeah? And they don't really extend too much over what they have to say. What I'm going to try is to create a link between session 3 and session 2 with some questions and answers. I think it would be quite interesting to do this exercise. Before going to my homework in terms of questions and answers, I picked only one question for this session, specifically from online. So I give the floor to you, the attendants. If one of you have any question to these two panels, voila, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, citizens and colleagues. My name is Angelos Harlaftis, Epafos Advisors. We represent here Iranian Heliospace and Defense Group, a group which is working for the creation of the European Defense Community according to the Treaty of 1954, a different entity from the European Union, just like EUROCONTROL is, with members like UK, Norway, Ukraine, and Switzerland, which we hope will assist our attempt for this new European project. So the question is on the space, on the very low orbit, and on the low orbit, where EUROCONTROL touches ESA authority. We have over there, you know, we have the drones, we have a lot of debris, we have a lot of satellites, which they play a very crucial role at the military, but also on the civil operations, like we see in the Starlink with Ukraine, and between the Russians, when it cut the communication, the Russians lost something for a while. So what about your group, which I'm very proud and honored being here today, says about this? Shouldn't we begin to think also for the launch of the orbital satellite? We have a lot of 200, 300 each year, and there we have problems with the debris. What are we going to do about these things? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question, sir. In fact, we didn't dare to address those topics as far as we are not very clear in providing potential solutions. However, I will kindly ask Igor to try to answer your question, because I know he was involved in higher airspace operations and he is touching at some extent your question.
First of all, thank you very much for a very relevant question. Of course, this forum is not dealing with the space debris, satellite operations, etc. But we are involved as a military component of EUROCONTROL and representing military community in the developments of the higher airspace operations. there's a dedicated project that is running already 5 years with different level of developments and goes beyond these days. It will go 3 years forward, developing more valid and more tangible solutions for higher airspace. So considering debris and satellite operations, at the network manager level, there is a space desk developed which will provide support and coordination for the space and outer space and coming back re-entry and re-entry operations will monitor and coordinate in terms of safety and support to the classical ATM operations in conventional air traffic service airspace to enable that timely decisions will be made to protect this traffic by applying area reservations with warnings to the airspace users on this part of debris and this part of space operations. But you're absolutely right that at European level, we have a number of spaceports developed already today, maybe in the northern pole sphere of half sphere of the European Union, or some parts in the south, where these operations are conducted on the regular basis. And DLR, it's one of the development company. They are looking for the space platform for the launch of rockets with satellites. So in the North Sea, this also ongoing process. There are a lot of information, but you have to know that network manager is acting as a coordinator regarding these operations and has a dedicated expert, and they're developing tool for the monitoring of this operation. So in the forthcoming future, it will be under strict control and regulation of the network manager.
Thank you very much, Igor, for the answer. Any other questions from the public? Slavomir, you are part of the panel, I'm sorry. Let's give the public, I'm really sorry. Let's give the public the opportunity to ask questions. Yes, please.
It is correct. In Belgium, we did the IOT flight plan integration. The pilot community was first the military. I'm Belgian Air Force staff. Was very reluctant to the IOAT, but everything went smoothly and the tension was calmed very fast. I think it is an enabling factor. It's good that ANSPs do get the flight plan, everything goes smoothly. But as I mentioned in the military ATM board, there is a danger that the sharing of the IOAT flight plan is only on a need-to-know basis and should not be published in the open. So as I mentioned already before, it was noted that on multiple ADSB internet websites that what the military does was open to the public. And this is a danger because sometimes military does things that we do not want to share, although there is a flight plan.
Thank you very much. Here, just shortly, if Cesar can provide you some insights on what we do to protect the data shared by the military.
I was about to take off my tie, but okay. We have for the new update of our system NM, we have a lot of requirements already inserted for the protection of the military data. I'm talking now ATM, AIM data, and also IoT flight plan data. So we have a lot of requirements for confidentiality, for strict distribution. You just need to be a bit more patient, 1 or 2 years until we reach the development at that stage, and then we'll report back to you. But it's very high on the radar of NM management. This.
Thank you very much, Cesar. I see no other hands. So one question I picked from the Mentimeter tool, and please don't take off your tie. It's about IOAT flight plan prioritization. So the specific question is a very technical one. How the IOAT flight plan can be prioritized when there is a military priority? So the first question is, do we know what is a military priority in NM? I continue with the question. So how can be prioritized in the slot list in case of a conflict with a GAT flight plan requesting the same slot? So I think that we need to explain, but very shortly, please, how the IoT flight plan is handled in the ANM system, what means going through the slot allocation tool, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Very briefly, we don't know about the IoT flight plan priorities, so you reply to this. Concerning the slot, they might be in the slot list in the future after we finish the coordination with FMPs, just to be there for the awareness. They will take a slot, but with 0 minutes delay. They will not be delayed. They will be in the slot list, but not taking delays. So this is just to reassure. And for the rest...
And I think you answered the question.
So the military community will tell us we have these priorities we need to develop. So for the moment, we don't have any ideas in ANM about the military priorities and the IoT plan.
That's the point, in fact. In this moment, I'm afraid that the ATM network in general does not know what are the military priorities because there is no mechanism in place to enable the military to share their priorities. There are specific collaborative decision-making procedures established at national level. I can recall here the French one, by example, where there are civil and military priorities in terms of accessing the airspace defined. But when it comes to sharing data via the flight plan, there is no mechanism in this moment explicitly to express a certain priority. And in fact, the military are not part of any development when it comes to the prioritization and handling of civil priorities throughout a network-minded approach. So that's the very short answer to that. Okay, so for the both panels, I would have myself some questions this time. And I pick up from Cesar. So it's very interesting, that one with the bug. So in fact, if you look, the military are seen as a bug sometimes in the civil systems. They want to stay as a bug. So what we need to do as EUROCONTROL is to make sure that the bug helps the system to survive. Yeah? And basically here what we can talk is about the usage of this IoT flight plan data. It was mentioned here by all of the speakers almost the need to share data. And mission trajectory concept, in fact, is mainly about sharing data. But at what extent the civil can use this data in this moment is not very clear. So you have done that survey with the flow manager. They said, yes, we need the data. But I will go to the ANSP representative this time, Slavomir, by example, to tell us very shortly, please, what data and how do you think that you can use the data shared by the military? What's the value? Do you use them in complexity assessment? Do you intend to use them in capacity figures, definition, and so on and so forth? So,
IoT flight planning is a very good idea. The problem is that it will be good to have a special color in SHMI or in the next system, just to show to civilian side how many military traffics will be in the airspace. Until today, we don't have it. We only can check by checking every flight plan and see what is in the airspace. So it would be good to have different color. The question what data military site should send is a difficult question. Sometimes I'm the part of preparing the exercises or trainings, and I know that those very fragile information should rather stay on the military side. For example, when we would like prepare the test for defense armor, we shouldn't transmit this information to the world, because those who would like to check how we are doing this will start to monitor the traffic. So my opinion is that we shouldn't show too much to the world.
Okay, thank you very much for this honest answer. Mission trajectory concept, again, it's about sharing of data, and you could have seen from Frédéric Bamar's presentation a bit of problems in terms of defining an effective OAT route against a deploy clearance route, but what about an effective ATM route? Luke mentioned also the Wing Operations Center function, which basically should support the military airspace user to interact with the ATM network functions. So my question to the planners this time is, at what extent you are capable today in terms of procedures, in terms of resources, in terms of system support to define an effective military route which complies with the ATM requirements you negotiate in the IOAT focus group, which are compliant with the IFPS manual rules and so on and so forth. Because you mentioned here, and not only you, it was also Jeremy mentioning that you need to do a lot of manual work when you redefine a route. So can you share with us a bit your views on what would be the ideal system support in order to plan an efficient route from both ATM and military perspectives?
You know, these two worlds, ATM and diplomatic, are completely disconnected. So if you want to make something which match, you don't have a lot of solution. You need to go, first you have the chronological possibility, so that means you first do the diplomatic routing, and then in any way ATM has to be forced.
Let's assume that the diplo clearance is done. Let's not go anymore on the political side. Let's come back to the ATM now.
I would say that the optimized solution would be to have a straight route, point. So we know the route, it's straight route, military have priority. We would be we have to change the way we process in Europe. You know, when we want to take a plane to go to cross Europe, it's something which more or less sometimes very difficult, but we can do that as a citizen like we want, so we should do the same with planes. So that means having to have a straight route, no diplomatic constraints, and after we improve OAT, we follow with this straight route, point. Military priority, because they are there to protect Europe. So that, and it will match.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Frédéric Bamar this time, because we performed together a cross-border, very simple cross-border exercise in which we asked you to plan for the fighters this time, not for a transport aircraft, a cross-border route from France to Poland. And then I would like to describe shortly how did you plan that? What was your approach and what was the system support available to plan that kind of route?
So today, as you mentioned, Remus, it's a manual process. It's a fully manual process. We only have not a discussion, but an interface with EUROCONTROL, with the NM system. And what we need is for sure to have a tool which is able to coordinate something with the NM system and providing the most efficient route, and maybe something which is not at this time operational is to be able to assess what is the impact of any modification. If you have a modification, if you want to take a trajectory, the most efficient one, and the system tell you, no, here it's not possible because of RAD, because of many things, you have to be aware of what is the diversion, how is it longer than the previous path, and maybe the time deviation. And something more important for me is, as I said during my presentation, you have dependent flights. And when you have dependent flights, your system must allow you to discuss, to have the full spectrum of the mission with all the flights inside, and if there is a modification on your flight, what is the impact on the other one, and to be able to coordinate with them.
Thank you very much, Frédéric. And my last one, push the button, please.
I can add something. To be honest, the same rules appears for GAT traffic and for OAT traffic. Also, military side should look at the costs. And as we know, the airline operators got a special programs to find the best route which gives reduction of the CO2, reduction of fuel consumption, reduction of time, and so on and so on. So we got the tool. We can take this tool to the military side, because today, because of the limitation, military side used to send the fly plans with the 3 buttons, Control-C, Control-V. And for example, when we changed the aviation law and when we got our passes in our airspace, we noticed that instead of thinking what is the mission for the air pass in our airspace, they exactly copied the flight plan from yesterday, and they need to modify this flight plan during the flight. Why? Think what you want to do, plan, executive.
Thank you very much, Slavomir. My stupid conclusion here is that while a civil airline operator can benefit from a CFSP, that's not valid for the military, by example, so they need to handle alone. My last one goes to Ray. You should have an overview on what means procedures, yeah? And I heard a couple of times here the need expressed to harmonize at the extent possible military planning with civil planning. So the idea is what can be really harmonized in terms of, I know you were involved also in a very interesting study with regards to the civil use of airspace released by the military throughout the FAA processes. So there were a lot of discussions there, how flexible can be the military, how flexible the civil aircraft operator can be, and in the end, where we can come together when it comes to the harmonization of the planning processes. Is it really possible to think about adjusting military planning process to the civil pace, or it should be the reverse? Or maybe midway?
I think you've asked a few different questions there, so I'll interpret it as I wish. I suppose one of the things kind of that probably was most interesting in what in the study, which of course you were involved in as well, and CMC were very supportive of, was if we applied FUA, for example, and the planning processes across the European situation as is written down, and everybody planned based on 3 hours in advance, we wouldn't have sufficient stability in the system for any decisions to be made or any planning to work. And I think that was a very, very clear lesson at the stage, that kind of when we look at how we plan and what solutions we have, we need to know where is the goal going to be, for example, in relation to what is it we actually intend. It may not be a case that right is all on one side or right is all on the other, but what are those enablers that will get us to, I suppose, flexible or using airspace flexibly, as opposed to a definition of flexible use of airspace, for example. So we need to ensure that our enablers that are put in place allow the optimum use of the airspace throughout and apply systems and planning accordingly. I think it's really important also to understand that kind of while there are civil planning systems in effect, the coordination between those planning systems and, for example, the interface with NM may not be optimal at any given stage because of life cycle changes, etc. So there are many different changes that can occur, and the level of detail that you want to go into, you know, kind of if you want to standardize everything, you probably are going to set up for failure. If, however, you can harmonize towards a general goal, I think you're going to be a lot more successful, particularly as changes in both the geopolitical situation, in technology, and actual demands occur.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ray. So, if there are no any other questions coming from the public, we break for the, okay.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, sorry for breaking the break. I have just one very last question, especially for the ones who have implemented the IoT flight plan already. I'm dealing with the ARPA's integration in EUROCONTROL. I would like to know if any of you have used it for ARPA's operations, and if there is any challenge or anything you would like to fix. So have you used it? Nothing? Belgium, have you used IoT flight plan for ARPA's operations?
I don't know specifically for ARPAs. We do IOAT, and I suppose they did it. I can cross-check and answer you afterwards.
Okay, that would be good, because actually in a future project we are going to assess also the feasibility of this for ARPA's operations and potential enhancement. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to all. So we break for the last coffee, and please be back at 1600. Hello again, everybody. Thank you for being back. Let's resume our event with the next topic, which is about communication, navigation, and surveillance. CNS support and resilience was mentioned several times today as a key enabler to military air mobility. And my colleagues from the CMC division, Jorge Pereira and Ricardo Oliveira, will present two different approaches to how a resilient and dual-use CNS infrastructure can support military air mobility. Without any further ado, Jorge, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramos. Good afternoon, everybody. I will try to be an easy entertainer as we are reaching the end of our event. So, I propose to complete the picture with an overview of the challenges that we face regarding the ability of the military to conduct operations in European airspace on the basis of the system and infrastructure that is available. We discussed a little bit the geopolitical situation that we have, and this geopolitical situation triggered military mobility initiative, and we need solutions to ensure that military mobility objectives can be achieved. And you heard that one of the fundamental elements there is the notion of dual use, so the ability to use common segments of the available infrastructure to support military movements across Europe. In parallel to this dual-use concept, there is a new buzzword, resilience, and this buzzword was introduced because we face an increasing level of disruptions to the aviation system for many reasons that I will describe in more detail later on, and this requires concrete actions as well. And I will finalize my presentation to highlight some of the work we are doing today. Please take it as examples of concrete steps that go in the right direction. So I will go deeper in the considerations that need to be taken into account regarding dual use. So the first question is why we need a dual use CNS infrastructure. A fundamental element that needs to be considered is that when the military fly in Europe, those flights require a number of elements or enablers that support safety objectives. And one of these elements is the ability of the pilot to exchange information with the air traffic control in order to get the clearances required, hand over to mitigate the cases where microphone is stuck, comm loss. So we need two-way communications between the aircraft and the ground. The aircraft systems need to be able to fly the procedures that are in place that require a certain level of navigation performance in order to track the position and maintain the desired course in accordance with the airspace concept and the procedures that are applicable in the area concerned. And the third element is all flights need to be cooperative with the surveillance infrastructure, because the surveillance infrastructure supports the identification of those flights and enables the provision of separation services. Now, the problem is that in Europe, you have infrastructure, you have lack of infrastructure that is consistent with military aircraft equipage in many areas. And sometimes we have disruptions, and we need to ensure that the military can fly with a minimum level of infrastructure that is really robust or resilient against those disruptions. And it is to mitigate those shortcomings that we need to deliver solutions that allow the military to fly across European airspace in a seamless way, always with the assurance that there is a segment of infrastructure that is capable to support those flights. And this is what we call dual use. It's segments of the infrastructure that can support both civil and military operations. And this can include sometimes procedures. It may include sometimes special handling of flights that are not equipped, but they can still be accommodated, and some other solutions that I will describe in more detail later on. So, in summary, we can define dual use as something that needs to be implemented to get rid of insufficient CNS provision, to mitigate a mismatch between military aircraft CNS equipage and the available infrastructure on the ground, and also the ability to support flights even if they are not equipped, but they can be handled on the basis of the so-called equipage exemptions, sometimes segregation because there is no other option, mitigating ATC workload and operational constraints. And we define dual use by a common underlying infrastructure capable of providing communication, navigation, surveillance services to both civil and military airspace users. Now, what are we trying to solve with the dual use? We try to ensure that the military are not facing limitations in terms of their unrestricted access to airspace and airports. The military need to be able to receive services, air traffic services, even from the civil ANSPs. As I said before, we have to address the cases where military aircraft are not equipped to fly certain procedures that are in place, but we find a solution to make those flights possible. There is a need also to address the different life cycle, technology life cycle on military side, sometimes to manage obsolescence and to address situations where there are disruptions of CNS provision. And I give you two examples, GNSS outages and 1030, 1090 megahertz over interrogation. And for that purpose, we need to ensure that there are some contingency alternatives available. At the same time, we are to address capacity challenges, sustainability challenges, new entrants and all that. We are implementing new CNS enablers, so there is an evolution of the infrastructure which goes in the direction of higher levels of connectivity and automation, and this also triggers resilience concerns, so there are higher levels of vulnerability, susceptibility to cyber attacks and so on. So this is also an area that needs to be addressed. And last but not least, we need a pan-European, consistent pan-European target, and this requires harmonization efforts. So this is what we intend to solve with dual use. And then the elements that we need to put in place for the real dual-use CNS infrastructure to become available is we have to define a solution to handle flights, military flights that are not equipped, not properly equipped, and I designate that exemption policies. We need to do research to deliver solutions that offer appropriate levels of interoperability. We need to identify possibilities for the military to continue to rely on their own equipage, and this is what we designate as performance-based compliance, and we are doing some of those activities already. And we need a standardization effort in aviation that incorporates military requirements. So we need civil-military standardization. As you know, in aviation, aviation is a highly regulated, highly standardized activity. It means the standards that are the basis for industrialization need to be of civil-military nature. And last but not least, for sure, decisions to implement something are on the national side. So we need to understand that, because at certain occasions, the national authorities may give priority to the bombs and not to any civil military requirements. Okay, and now the full picture is this one. So we need for military mobility solutions that offer a military aircraft a possibility to be accommodated or integrated, and these solutions are originated from research efforts, standardization efforts, sometimes exemption policies, and in yellow I mentioned the need to define what is the minimum level of infrastructure that is resilient and usable in the cases where you have a disruption of the performance of the infrastructure. Resilience. We have all seen recently a number of events, some of were mentioned here already, where hostile hybrid activities are causing disruption on the GNSS signals, knowing that we may also have some disruption of the GNSS signals that are coordinated, organized, and represent no problem. We saw recently a drastic increase of cyber attacks against the aviation system, and it was mentioned before, some drones crashing on some runways of the most important airports in Europe. So this shows how important it is to address resilience, and not only to remain focused on what used to be the primary concern for aviation, which was safety. So aviation is a safety-centric activity, but it's time that we start to pay attention to other dimensions as well. Now, I would like to highlight that in terms of infrastructure, CNS infrastructure, we continue to rely on a lot of obsolete enablers. Some of the enablers that are still in operation, they were introduced in the 50s and the 60s. So it means we have radios with no filters, and then we complain that 5G is interfering radio altimeters. So we have a problem in aviation, which is a very long technology life cycle, and each time we introduce an operational improvement, then we are forced to retrofit thousands of aircraft. And this is a process that prevents aviation to take advantage, in many cases, of the latest state-of-the-art technologies. Now, the good news is that we have a service, which is part of the network manager, monitoring the performance of the infrastructure. I give here 2 examples. We permanently monitor the level of GNSS radio frequency interference. We permanently monitor disruptions on the surveillance infrastructure. We monitor as well the performance of the data link services, altimetry services, RVSM, and so on. So, but what is the exact meaning of resilience? And many people confuse resilience with safety and with security. Resilience for aviation contains elements of safety and security, but it's more than that. While safety focuses on the situations where we have an incident, an accident, or a disruption, resilience relates to the nominal situation, and we still need to do something to ensure that the appropriate level of resilience is there. And this is, this as a consequence is that the safety processes defined in the ICAO Annex 19 and the security processes defined in ICAO Annex 17 are insufficient to address resilience. So we need a process to offer a tool that can be used to assess what are the resilience gaps and what are the problems. And then, based on that process, we can determine appropriate measures that need to be introduced to ensure that the level of resilience is there. This is still work to be conducted. Now, I have one slide with a number of concrete examples that I believe it illustrates the kind of work that needs to be done to achieve the dual-use infrastructure that we want to define and the resilient infrastructure that we really need. So, we are working, and there will be more details in the next presentation on that, we are working to ensure that the more robust enablers can be used by the military. So, and in this particular case, we have done a number of studies on the reutilization of the military GPS-restricted signals, and we go now for the last step, which is to organize flight trials that demonstrate that the methodology that has been defined in this respect can work. So my colleague in the next presentation will provide you more details on that. We are at the moment active to support some national authorities on their efforts to certify fighter aircraft to fly RVSM with 1,000 feet separation. And this is a bit in the sequence of 2 successful cases where in the US domestic airspace, some US Navy F-18s can fly RVSM with that separation, and Rafale with some constraints and some limitations. Some Rafales were also certified to fly RVSM with 1,000 feet separation. So we continue to provide, and this is an example on how performance-based approach can work. It means the aircraft rely on their own available enablers, and they fly on the basis of equivalent level of performance. It was mentioned here, I touched this, so the need for the military to hide information parameters describing their flights from public websites. So we have an activity ongoing in the context of the NATO EUROCONTROL Security Coordination Group to negotiate with those web providers for the blocks of 24-bit addresses allocated to the military to be filtered out from those, the air picture provided by those websites. And we know that the same approach is taken in US. And we are also doing some research in CESAR, or we were doing some research in CESAR. We try to keep it ongoing, to introduce some possibilities to mitigate the spoofing of ADS-B, for example, and to introduce some authentication mechanisms. Then we have other activities ongoing. Recently, the MAB has endorsed the very old guidance on the exemption policies for the military. So this sets a number of principles that allow, that provide a common understanding on how the military are supposed to fly in European airspace with aircraft that are not meeting the equipage requirements. We are working actively together with the European Defence Agency and the CNS Program Manager to define the resilient operational network in cases of disruption that needs to be in place to support military operations. And we are very active in the spectrum domain, where not only we are conducting studies to ensure the spectrum compatibility between the civil data, the future civil data links and military data links, but also we provide direct support in terms of frequency management and the frequency clearance agreements and so on. So these are some examples of some work that is ongoing. There are many other work streams, but I believe those, let's say, illustrate the efforts from our side to contribute to the definition of dual-use infrastructure and to introduce elements of resilience in the European CNS infrastructure. Now, one of the problems that we face in Europe each time we try to progress something is fragmentation. So there is, fragmentation is difficult, so we need to ensure that whatever solutions we define, those solutions need to be coherent, consistent at pan-European scale. And it was mentioned here this morning, the cross-border. The term cross-border says it all. So we need to ensure that there is a continuum in Europe in terms of airspace as much as possible in a coordinated way, but also in terms of infrastructure. And that's it. If you have any questions, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ricardo, we are looking forward to the promised details on navigation aspects.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Remus. So as it was said, I'll present here in detail how can the navigation infrastructure support the deployment of military assets in the context of the military mobility package, because we have to deploy it fast, but also in a smooth and efficient way, and supporting the airspace requirements in the best way as well. So when we look at it, we look at the cross-border operations. And if you go into the military mobility package, we see that one of the elements that we have to develop is the readiness of the infrastructure. In this case, I'll present for the navigation. And here we comprise two key elements. So one is the ground infrastructure that is well known mainly to support the resilience these days, due to, as it was mentioned by George, GNSS interference, either jamming or spoofing, which is increasing and is part of the new normal, as we call. But that has to support the military requirements. And one is the airspace design, and the best way to deploy the military assets, as I mentioned, in the fastest way, but also in the smoothest way as well. And here we bring the interoperability that comes from the past, from the dual-use concept that comes already some years ago, but we bring resilience with military mobility and the current situation in Europe. But on the other hand, we have to look at the synergies, and for that it's also required to conduct a comprehensive gap analysis. So it's to look at military infrastructure, but also at the civil infrastructure, and how can we optimize both for the best level of navigation service. And that comes with the enhancement both sides of the same story. So when we talk about capabilities and looking at we have at in terms of military, as I mentioned, for the ground-based infrastructure, it's well known the TACAN is a very old system, but still very useful and in place. So it provides bearing, but also distance. Why it's important? Because the distance component from the TACAN can be used by both civil and military aircraft. So here we have at the system level the first case of dual use, which can be in place. Then we can discuss how we arrange and most likely to try to certify the service provided by TACAN for civil aircraft. But we have a second cluster or a second layer, which is what we call the performance system approach. And here we talk about capabilities on the aircraft side, which is quite crucial because the pilots still need to rely both what they have from the ground, but also what they have inside of the aircraft. And here we discussed, it was approached by George, the first key element, which is the GPS PPS. As you know, the satellite constellation provides two types of service. One is the open signal, the other is the restricted signal, and military aircraft are mainly equipped with GPS PPS. And that is more permanent in terms of fighter aircraft. That's why I bring this picture to here. And also, the only self-contained capability, which is very useful for pilots, is also the military inertial, because at the end of the day, it's what is self-contained and mostly immune to interference or any other actions that could come from or on the network. And at the end, as also mentioned by George, is our VSM, which is a good enabler that we have been working as well. So we have a smooth introduction to en route airspace that is our VSM. But when we talk about TACAN network in Europe, I just bring here a flavor of what we could have as a maximum, which is the frequency assigned for TACAN in Europe. And so if you go from flight level 95 or 310, we see that we have some limitations in terms of coverage of the TACAN network that we have currently assigned in terms of frequencies. So the first question is military network ground infrastructure enough to support military availability these days? That is the first question that most likely can be derived from these pictures, mainly because TACAN can provide the service from en route to non-precision approaches. So coming back to the comprehensive gap analysis, why not to look at the DME network in Europe? So the DME provides the distance capability to aircraft, so and military aircraft can also use this information. So if you see on the right-hand side of the map, we see that it's well developed in Europe. So it can even support PBN, so performance-based navigation. So coming back a bit to the essence of the question is, yes, dual use is important and can be achieved, but we have to look at both military and civil network these days and to find synergies so that we reach the so-called civil-military resilience operation network, bringing the resilience part from the military infrastructure. That is the key element that I would like to bring to you. So first, dual use can be achieved, but through synergies, and the DME network from the civil side is also an asset for the military to deploy and also for the airspace design as well. As I mentioned, one of the key elements is the performance system approach. And here, as I was also mentioning, we look at aircraft. So we try to change a bit the paradigm. So currently, these days, we have system design centric. So in the military, if you want to approach the military capabilities, to fly, for example, GAT, so general traffic. So we change the paradigm. So we look at the military capabilities, we look at the performance, and we have to match the performance requirements for GAT. That is, we bring a limitation that was facilitated with the introduction of performance-based navigation. We need to have performance requirements from the civil side, so not the system design requirements as we have traditionally, but the performance requirements. And that brings us to define key performance indicators, because military capabilities will not match all the requirements, but we have to match the performance requirements. That is our our goal. And from that, we derive functional requirements. So overall, we want to introduce alternative means of compliance for military capabilities to meet GAT, let's call it basically GAT requirements, so that military aircraft can use military capabilities for those purposes, avoiding from the beginning a retrofit and other questions, which is more relevant for fighter aircraft because of several limitations that we have on board. So that is the key enabler, so it's GPS, PPS, because these days with GNSS interference, if you add GPS, PPS for GAT operations, we assure more resilience in theory because it's a restricted signal. And GPS is a key enabler for all phases of flight, from en route to approach and landing. So that is the key element that we bring to equation, and we are going to finalize this project together with the EDA in the shortcoming years. As I mentioned, RVSM, it's the new enabler that we are developing, so to access the RVSM airspace, which could be interesting for a route and not impacting capacity at all, because we'll fly, our military aircraft will fly with 1,000 feet separation, and the military inertials, because that is our ultimate goal, is to provide to the pilot navigation means that are self-contained, so that they are not impact for any action in terms of the ground infrastructure or satellite-based infrastructures. So we have developed already some work. We have proved for en route performance, quite good performance, but there is a degradation when we move to approach and landing. So we have to use most like different type of inertials that are used for different purpose by the military to use on the aircraft. So overall, dual-use infrastructure as defined in military mobility package for navigation is able to be achieved. So it's a key enabler for the deployment of military assets in a fast but also in a smooth and efficient way. We changed from system design-centric to performance-centric. It's the only way for the full use of the military capabilities for GAT purpose, not only for OAT. And I bring these the two R's, the resilience I already mentioned, and George as well, but readiness. We talk about not only readiness of the deployment of military assets, but also readiness of the infrastructure. And to have a readiness of infrastructure, we have to look at all infrastructure that we have available in Uber, so the synergies between the civil and military infrastructure to meet the military mobility package. And with this, I reach the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both of you. As we still have 8 minutes to the start of the next session, yes, we have time to take one question, please.
Just first one regarding...
No, in the back, sorry. I'm sorry.
Thanks. Jan Haas, Military Aviation Authority of the Netherlands. I'd just like to point out one aspect of dual use of military systems, and that is the recent regulation on the certification of ATM systems, which need to be civilian certified, but military equipment usually isn't. They will adhere to the technical specifications, but won't have a civilian certification. For our country, I'm talking specifically about TACAN, use the DME portion of the TACAN. TACAN is not civil certified, but the DME is used by civil aviation as part of a resilient network. So that's just what I wanted to point out. And I don't know if there's any tweaking going to be happening with the regulation to allow the use of military dual-use equipment in certain circumstances, but we also have the same issues with military radar that are used in a civil environment. So we had a situation that one of our radars almost wasn't being able to be used because of the new regulation, because we didn't have it in service in time. But we found a way around it temporarily. Right. But that might be an issue with dual use, especially with military equipment for civil use.
Yeah, well, you know the VORTAC. So we have some VORTACs in Europe. The VORTAC is a VOR uses an element of the TACAN paired. You pair the VOR and TACAN and use them. If I am not wrong, today we have around 20 in Europe. in operation. So it means in many countries there are TACANs that are published in the AIP. So if the TACAN complies with the ICO Annex 10 and it's published on the AIP, you can use the TACAN, and it provides ranging services even to the civil traffic. So it's not a big problem. Now, speaking about certification, certification for the military is a national competency, and it will always remain a national competency. We have Europeanized some aspects of civil aviation certification to EASA. There is also a possibility to opt in accordance with the EASA-based regulation, not extensively used as far as I know, but the possibility exists. So what we do in EUROCONTROL, we don't run any certification activities. What we do is we develop specifications that are to be used as a certification basis. So it means we offer the states technical specifications that they may consider to use as certification basis. And this is basically the way we see this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay, if you want to have a reaction. Yeah.
I would like to reply to that. The thing is, it's not the opt-in part of that, it's the not being certified of military equipment for civil use. If our ANSP, civil ANSP wants to use military equipment, that military equipment now has to be civilian certified. That the military doesn't have to certify their equipment, that's clear, that's a national prerogative, so that's not an issue. It's that if you want to make it part of a resilient civil military network, that we might run into issues with the new European regulations.
Ricardo, please.
Yes, I would just like to jump in because that is a hot topic currently. So we have been discussing in several groups, also within the revision of the PBN-IR regulation as well, because it's a key element. We are trying to find the best solution for all the actors, and one is that one. So with the EASA. So we are working in internal groups, and our intention is, we have representatives from IAT as well, is to find common grounds for the civil use of the TACAN. And one is to go back to this system-centric, and for the manufacturer to provide the assurance that the DME component complies with ICAO standards, let's say.
Yes, exactly, because what you mentioned, EUROCONTROL has community specifications for technical equipment, and we use those specifications in the military as well to show compliance with civil requirements.
I do not see certification of military systems not being a national prerogative. Of course, we have to find an arrangement that the processes that are in place are acceptable and are transparent. And this is for sure required. In particular, there is another domain where this is very relevant, is when you open military air bases to civil traffic. It's one concrete example where this is a key aspect.
Thank you very much. We close here this topic. We don't have time, unfortunately, for additional questions. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Maybe
but very shortly, please.
Yeah, very quickly. Rory Serson from IATA, representing maybe the only civil airspace users in here today. So a couple of questions, open questions about the TACAN and the usage and the resilience piece. I mean, the DME element is what's being used by the airspace user, civil airspace user. So why can't the DME element of it just be used as the resilience package is one question. Equally, how many active and available and serviceable TACANs are in Europe and can be used for civil use? Who pays for them? And who pays for the upkeep and maintenance upon them. And then equally, from our research and from the research that's come out of the various working groups, PBNIR, GNSS, RFI work streams, a TACAN costs about 3 times the amount of a DME. So we're talking about resilience. So if we talk about resilience and cost, we need to bring cost into the factor as well. So very quickly, that's all. I just wanted to ask some questions. Thanks.
Jorge or Ricardo, do you have any short reply?
Yes, so we have been discussed to establish a service level agreement between the civil and military side, and that the cost is should be discussed within this framework, knowing that new infrastructure will have a higher cost, but also TACAN provides two levels of service, so it's bearing and distance. So that is to be discussed because it's no longer distance. So from my understanding is that the full cost is not to provide the DME component of the system as well. So there are many factors that we should see if it's new infrastructure, if it's not, and so on. And also who provides the service. There are countries that are the same entity providing both military and civil service. So it's a quite complex situation at the moment.
Yeah, just to add one.
Very short,
Very
please.
short, yeah. Just one element. The frequency management aspect. You know, you don't have sufficient DME coverage in European airspace to support PBN requirements, and TACAN offers the possibility to complement those, also taking into account the lack of channels or the lack of frequencies available for that. So there are many published in the EIP, so it means it is possible to use them. And I personally believe that TACANs, as they are usable by civil aircraft, they could also be a subject of EU funding.
Thank you very much. Now we really close this topic and we move to the last one. Unfortunately, is the last one, even though it should not be, and that's about the future solutions. That's about what CESAR delivers to facilitate civil-military cooperation and especially to make sure that the military are capable to stay on the civil curve of developments in ATM. We are going to present you the outcomes of two projects which are addressing civil-military ATM cooperation. One is Mitrano and the second one is IRINA. Mitrano is addressing mainly manned operations while IRINA is addressing unmanned operations. There are two fancy names for projects which has, however, behind very strong activities and outcomes. So I give the floor first to Ella to talk to you about the outcomes of Mitrano project.
Thank you, Remus. So how does it work? Yeah. Okay. So I will thank you for giving us opportunity to present the results of Mitrano. Mitrano, we have just finished a 3 years project under the guidelines and effective leadership of Remus, actually. Actually, I'm happy to present here, but there is many other partners from this project here in this room. So what is it Mitrano about? Mitrano project aim to investigate and to validate how we could really integrate mission trajectory into the civil traffic, but we took the approach of investigating this into the planning phase, into NM processes, so into the capacity and flow management, but as well we went to the tactical phase of ATC. So we have run this project into two streams. First was called Cluster 1, and it was part of the project related to the NM processes, and then in the Cluster 2 we have designed two validation activities that we have investigated how the solution could be integrated into ATM in the tactical phase of the ATM. So for this project, the group of partners was representative for the environment. So we had the industry representative that I hope you had time here to explore the demo that were in the hall. We had Airbus, we had Indra, and we have Leonardo. We have ANSP, we have ENAIRE that is not here today, but we have very strong involvement of PANZA that is here. We have a very strong involvement from Ramatsa that was presented here, and we have a NAT as observer. From the research activity, there was Integra, that is my company, and as well we have CRIDA and ONERA involved. And then, of course, we have our military representative here. So we have the French German and Spanish military. And of course, we have EUROCONTROL and Network Manager that were a platform for us to integrate and to investigate and to as well provide the guidelines. So as every CESAR solution, the assessment is relying on the different KPIs, and as well our solution was assessed in the context of civil military coordination, in the impact of capacity, environment, operational feasibility, flexibility, safety, and human performance. I will provide you today only the short version of the results, so I will not give you all. I will give you the most important findings, but the solution has been assessed into detail. So we have a lot of data, and we have captured the results from many partners. So starting with cluster 1, actually we have conducted real-time simulation, so human-in-the-loop simulation, that was later supported by the fast-time simulation to obtain all the data for the validation. It has been done in EUROCONTROL in Brittany. And we have used the WOC platform as well from Airbus. We have used the Planta platform from EUROCONTROL, and we have used the Panza tool to support the ASM. So actually, the main focus of the validation was really the planning phase of the CDM negotiation. So we have really tried to reflect the process of how we could renegotiate the planning constraint on the mission trajectory. We have been proposing the rerouting, the horizontal, and as well as TTO, and we have been analyzing how it could be implemented and what would be the impact, and as well we try to implement how we could use this tool to help the manned capacity balancing. So of course we have used all the partners, which we as a priority, we give the priority to military, so the mission should be always satisfied. And we were trying to balance the approach. So for the geographical scope of the validation exercise, actually we had the 3 air bases. So we have the mission coming from Spain, France, and Germany, and the exercises were in the RS in Polish air in Romanian airspace. So actually the geographical scope and cross-border cooperation was quite present in this project. So in the second phase of the exercise, when we come to investigating what will be the impact in the tactical phase of traffic management, we have performed 2 real-time simulations. One was in the Polish airspace, and second one was in the Romanian airspace. We have used platforms from Leonardo, from EUROCONTROL Escape. We have used LARA tool to help us as well to set up the ASM, and of course WOC from Airbus. So the focus of this part of the exercise was really to see how we can integrate the military, the mission trajectory into ATC system, and as well how we could develop the collaborative way of dealing with the mission. So we have tested 2 scenarios to represent the setup as it is in European airspace. Now we have tested scenario that the military control mission, or as well that the civil controller is controlling. We have tested different setup and different coordination. So actually the scenarios were set in all possible way, reflecting the coordination that we could set up. We have obtained the integration of RMT into all tools of the ATCO and the site of the ATC, as well at the site of the military, meaning the WOC, the mission defender. They have all global the same picture. We have been testing the dynamic RS area that we have been in real time closing and opening, and actually all of this was integrated, the electronic coordination, and the communication was passing via all the actors. So actually what we have as well as the project is coming now to closer to the operation, We also have been testing some degradation, so we had tested degraded scenarios, as well as some abnormal condition to just investigate it, what would be the resilience of the system. So we have put a little bit of the stress on coordination to see how far we could go and in what situation electronic coordination would be more beneficial. So this is the part of cluster 2. So let's come to the conclusion. As I mentioned, it's only, let's say, the most significant conclusion. So consider the cluster 1, so NM impact on the NM operation. Actually, we have demonstrated that integrating the SMT into the NM is feasible, and actually this would not require significant modification to the process. Actually, we both airspace users and military actors could deal and could apply all the processes that we have designed. We have validated working methods, and we have proven that those are feasible. We have also identified that the ATM constraint as such, it's a feature that should be there. However, it should be used only for the exceptional cases, for the specific demand, not as a routine option. We have identified benefits for the flow manager because they could really see the full picture of the traffic. They had better prediction, and they could plan their traffic better, knowing in advance what will be the picture in some time. We have concluded that the coordination between two walks needs a little bit more research. So the walk-walk coordination that we have designed, it's not yet fully supported by the tools. There was need for some improvement. So this topic needs still to be refined. And of course, as mentioned today many times, there should be some harmonization at the level of European airspace between walks and how we could share information and how it should be designed. So regarding cluster 2, so during the executive phase, we have also demonstrated that it is feasible to manage the RMT into the active traffic, and it's both without change of the roles of civil ATCO or military ATCO. There was no impact, huge impact identified on the staffing or on the role as such. Digital coordination actually brought a lot of benefits, decreasing the workload. We could actually, it was seen as a better way of presenting the coordination and offloading ATCO from the voice coordination. And actually, we have identified that it could bring a lot of impact, positive impact on situation awareness. We have also confirmed that there is no, as such, the impact of on the role of ATCO in terms of separation. It was clear stated that the authority of separation remains always with the ATCO, and we did not identify any issue there. So finally, considering the technical feasibility, the solution as such has reached TRL 6. It means it's considered ready for the pre-industrialization implementation. Actually, we have tested all platforms into the environment as it should work. So we have achieved that it is possible to implement, and the working methods that we have designed are feasible. We have clearly indicated that we could share the RS status actively, and we can design the coordination around this among multiple actors. Actually, the exchange of multi-parameter exchange between different actors was not fully achieved. It was not optimized. The actors have to perform some actions to implement changes, whereas we think it should be even more optimized and should be done in one go. So there is still some things that we could improve. However, we did not identify any showstopper as such for the concept and for the implementation. Similarly, considering the regulation and standardization, actually, it is clear that we would not need any new standards or regulation. We could cover from the current regulation the implementation of the concept. It would require some amendments of the manuals of considering the traffic flow and capacity management. As well, it would require some implementation description of how coordination should be performed in the letter of the agreement between the partners. And as well, what it was shown today in some exercises, we would need to identify the harmonized HMI requirements for VOC and how it should be designed in whole European airspace to improve the coordination and to make it smooth and easy, accessible. So as with the meeting today is focusing on the cross-border, actually the cross-border dimension was really in the heart of the solution. So we have validated the validation scenario that really considered that always was passing through different airspaces. We have used air-to-air refueling. We have used the sequential RS that were used during among the two airspace with 3 walk from 3 different countries. Therefore, actually, all of this in the joint exercises was proven to be feasible. We have used a harmonized framework of DMA1 and DMA2, and as well we have tested this in nominal and degraded mode, so it's quite clear that we have some progress could be easily applied. And finally, as a key challenge of the implementation, identified for cross-border, this was that the coordination between walk and walk still requires some refinement, common working methods, and common design requirements to make it applicable. So thank you very much for your attention. And
thank you very much, Ella. And now, Julia, please talk to us about Irina.
Yeah, he always punishes me because he knows that I like talking and I always have very limited time. But anyway. Okay, good afternoon, and thank you also, Remus, for having invited us as project coordinators of IRINA. We have another colleague that you already saw because he raised a question about IOAT, Mario, and we are the project coordinators of IRINA and IRINA 2 because this project has been extended. In the context of what we are talking about today, I mean, I'm going to talk about what this project is about. I have to clarify that it's not about UAS, it's about ARPAS, IFR ARPAS. And the other thing is that it's not a military project, it's civil, and the military cooperation that we had was more to do with information that we needed for the content models. Then I will explain to you also in the context of today's topic how we see or we perceive that the outcomes of this project in the future IRINA 2 might contribute for air mobility, and also what we are saying about cross-border operations, because we didn't deal with that, but obviously it's something that is not unnoticed. So IRINA is about IFR ARPAS integration into European airspace. In our project, we had just 2 solutions. One is about insertion of airspace classes in A to C. We didn't achieve the TRL 6 that we were supposed to. And it was very simple because we validated everything that we were asked for, but maybe we didn't come up with some procedures, written procedures, and other aspects that we covered, but we didn't provide in detail. So obviously here we are talking about the key jewel of the project, which is the validation of detect and avoid, where we are also introducing in the project a function that is called remain well clear on top of the DAA collision avoidance. That is something that in the project has brought some kind of a different understanding between air traffic controllers in terms of alerts. Obviously, we were also digging into robust contingency, like for example, C2 lost link, which is a high component of RPAS, and how to manage in contingency situations the emergency situations. And another thing that has been really key is the human performance and training, because we have to understand that obviously it's very complicated to put into this air mobility RPAS when the pilot is on the ground. So that's something also that we have really gone into depth. And solution 2 or 380 is about the accommodation of this airspace class, of this type of RPAS into airspace classes D to G. At the very beginning, we were expecting TRL 6. That was really the aim of the project, but we justified and explained that we could just achieve TRL 4. And one of the reasons also is because we are on, one of the things that we have seen is that we are all the time talking about RPAS, but there are different types of RPAS. And so the performance of those RPAS are completely different. So obviously in an environment like, you know, D2G airspace classes, apart from man aviation, there are other type of RPAS that we have to consider. And in our case, our RPAS, they have detect and avoid, but those small or low performance RPAS, they don't have any type of sensors or any type of systems to be detected. So the project has just finished, and what I'm not going to do is go into everything that we have done in the project, but just highlight those things that I think that can be also considered for this air mobility and the cross-border operations. In IRINA 2, we have more partners. In the previous one, you already saw them, that they are all embedded also in IRINA 2, so that also shows that there is a high interest from industry because it's an industrial research project. There's a very big interest in developing any type of procedures or covering, you know, the integration of IFR RPAS. But I like also to say to you, because we've been talking the whole day about, you know, that we need to work together. We really need to put things, you know, in practice, not just to talk all the time about this. And one thing that has been really key is an advisory board committee that I would like to call it really like a kind of RPAS community, because the people that we have that are not part of the consortium, even military people, RPAS pilots, other type of airspace users, they have highly contributed to the outcome of the IRINA project in many ways, because they have shared best practices that we were not aware of, because obviously we were more concentrating on, you know, the proving, or validating the detect and avoid. So this is really has been very key in order to put it into a better perspective, how to integrate RPAS operations. Now, the good thing here that we've been talking about, and that's maybe why my colleague also raised this question about who has used, you know, IOAT for RPAS, is because we are going to address this in IRINA 2. Apart from other of the CMC tools that we have, because we consider that we have to go a little bit beyond in terms of validating everything that we have missed maybe in IRINA, and so we'd really cover the whole picture about integrating RPAS operations. So most of the things that I'm going to say here, they have been already said, discussed by others, because even in the RPAS world, it's not unnoticed. There is an increase in demand in this type of IFR RPAS cross-border operations. We have seen that with Frontex, for example, that they want to use, you know, RPAS for surveillance and also for monitoring, you know, some vessels or other type of activities. But also military. I mean, we are in the CMC division, and obviously we are having discussions, you know, with many countries that want to have cross-border operations with their RPAS. And we have seen that some people I know that Panza would say that it's easy, obviously, but it implies other things that have to be considered. At the same time, we've been talking about, that's something that we have noticed in IRINA about this fragmentation of ATM CNS services and the procedures across Europe. We have seen it, and we have just very limited partners. And the way it is understood about, the services, how they have to be provided, and also when we have used, our air traffic controllers to better understand how to react, or the communication with the ARPAS pilot has been really different depending on the different partners. So we had partners in Spain, in France, and in Sweden. And one of the things that we notice is that the understanding of the way of reacting to these capabilities are different. So indeed, we need secure, resilient, and interoperable operations. That's something that maybe we haven't gone really in depth in the project, but we will continue working on this in IRINA too. And one of the key things is that, IRINA contributes to CESAR priorities. So we're talking here about digitalization to make this type of operations, safe and scalable to integrate them in ATM. But obviously, one of the things that, because I took notes from things that were discussed, this is not just about technology. It's also about, creating a kind of operational framework that has to serve all airspace users if we are going into this integration. So what are the main things that what we have delivered? We have validated detect and avoid solutions in realistic environments. Okay, we are talking about simulations. Only we had, one flight demo that was tested, in bad weather conditions where all the elements were taken into consideration, communication with ATC, the detect and avoid, obviously, how the different alerts from remain well clear were popping up. But it's true that, as I say, it was just in labs, which is really a shame, because one of the things, and you will see it in the last slide, is that we need more validation on this. Just with information, and we used information from NM, so we had really real data, and I don't know, thousands of data. Still, we're going to be really concrete in saying, okay, this is the detect and avoid that has to be implemented. First of all, because in these projects, I have to remember that we are assuming that our ARPAs are certified, okay, and also that our detect and avoid is certified, which is not the case. So in the project, obviously, we have made sure that we are aligned, and we have tested, interoperability aspects with other cooperative systems, with ACAS X, also with cooperative surveillance frameworks. We have tested interoperability with MODES, ADSB, etc., etc. And I would really invite you, because we are finalizing also the project, to check on all the public information that we have for the project, because it's going to be really, it's interesting, and we have very good information on that. And obviously, one of the things that we haven't done, we have developed concepts for the integration of ARPAs in shared airspace, but we haven't gone into the OAT or IOAT, which we would like to do in IRINA too. And last but not least in this deliver is the engagement with the EASA, EUROCONTROL, and ICAO, apart from other key stakeholders. So even though they were not part of the consortium, we have all the time been involved with them in order to see that we have been aligned with the way we consider that the integration has to be a fact, knowing that for this type of operations and complex operations, there are no regulations now. We don't have the certified category, so we had to assume that we have the specific high-risk category, and that some of the standards that we have been using, we have found a few gaps. because they don't really align with the way we were integrating the ARPAs in our scenarios and use cases. So I will go really quickly through the slides because we don't really have much time. But yes, we are talking, I have time? Sure, I don't know. Oh, anyway, but harmonized procedures for ARPAs and military flights across border. Sometimes I think that we need to have a kind of reflection on the way we are using words. What is meant by harmonized is to be exactly the same, is to have the same baseline, and every type of integration has to go in parallel, but at the same time with the same principles. So that's something that, of course, we are always talking about harmonized, but in reality, we need to see how we understand all these harmonized procedures. Obviously, everything that we have done in the project is to support dynamic airspace. We are having new entrants, we have military, we have other type of airspace users. And we were talking this morning, it was mentioned, the flexible use of airspace. But in order to do this, maybe there's something else that we are missing in order to integrate, ARPAs. DAA, we have proved in the project that it really is an enabler for these operations beyond segregated airspace, with this plus and minus that we have to continue with IRINA 2, because obviously there are still some gaps there, but it's something that is feasible. It can be implemented, and even some military people that have in their ARPAs detect and avoid sensors, they have proved that it works. And obviously, the coordination tools, and one of the things that we didn't go into details was about the mission planning. The flight planning is not something that we really cover, but it's going to be tackled in IRINA 2. So I'm not going to go into this because these would be maybe some of the gaps, because you have been listening to George and also Ricardo. It doesn't mean that it hasn't been unnoticed in ARPAs, but we are talking about projects that last 3 years, so it's almost impossible to cover all aspects. Still, we really hope that now with the new partners that we have in IRINA 2, we will go into depth in things like integration of multi-layer surveillance, about the robustness against GNS laws, interference, even cyber threats, because we have now some partners that in IRINA 2 that will they have or they can share best practices on this, and obviously the contribution to secure communications and the continuity of service. So what is important here, because we are talking about insertion, we are talking about accommodation, we are talking about integration. So at the end of the day, the way I look at this is more from coexistence to real integration. So obviously, there's got to be a convergence between GAT and military operations, including ARPAs, not just man aviation. How to do is something that it was mentioned also this morning. We all have to work together in order to do this. Now, also, we were talking about dual use, that we also use that word for the capabilities of that we have used in IRINA, and it's more related to detect and avoid surveillance and communication systems. And obviously, improve this coordination between stakeholders, because we are always missing, key stakeholders to come up with a better picture for a proper validation of the different activities. And this is really the last slide. What needs to be solved? This further harmonization, but understanding what we mean by further harmonization for cross-border operations. Most of the things that are the outcome of the project, they can also be used. These procedures that we have been developing, they could also be used for cross-border operations. We also see that, and it's been mentioned many times, at least for the part to do with integration of IFR ARPAs civil, is very limited. These interoperability aspects between military and civil systems. In our project, we didn't have military involved. So as I said, we used military information in terms of flights to put them into context into the encounter models. So that's something that we have to work on in order to solve these issues and to have the whole picture. We also saw gaps in non-cooperative detection and operator localization, especially for D2G airspace classes. Because obviously we didn't have enough information, though we took or we made use of this advisory board committee forum, but we didn't have enough inputs that could give really the real picture for the type of missions that we had defined in the project. Need for a clear regulatory pathways. Indeed, in our case, we cannot say that there is no need for amendment of regulations. In fact, we could come up with new type of regulations, but here we have been limited because we didn't have really any type of clear regulations on how certified operations could work in the type of scenarios that we have been working on. And then obviously, absence of validation details. I mean, we need further research and more validation because we have proved with our project that what we have validated, it hasn't been enough. So this is really claiming IRINA to continue with these validations and to really go in depth into all the parts that have to be taken into consideration, like this communication with ATC, all the capabilities of RPAS, because obviously the integration of RPAS depends on the capabilities of this type of new entrants, as they have been called. And I think that I finished with my presentation. Have I been short or? Okay. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Julia. We should all agree that we need more workshops to discuss about AirPass integration. And you also should agree with me that CESAR is not as crowded as NATO slides with technical acronyms and terminology. So, but that's CESAR, yeah. Thank you very much. With this, we have reached the end of the sessions. My wrap-up will be very, very short. So first, let me thank you very much to all those contributed to the organization of this event within EUROCONTROL, CMC, Network Manager, Communication Section, Technical Facility. Let me thank to the speakers, and not the last, thank you to all the attendees, because without you, we wouldn't have this event. So thank you very much to all for your contribution. Second, we were in this room 180 people. We had more than 1,000 views online. If I am to take one message from this forum, is, to me at least, very clear. We had a lot of insights, policy, strategic, operational, technical, CNS, and so on and so forth. We know the problems. We discussed a lot. It's time to act. Now, it's up to you to act. It's up to all of us to act. What we will do as EUROCONTROL is to make available all the presentations delivered here on the event page of EUROCONTROL. We will draft and publish proceedings after this event to capture all the discussions and all our understandings. And we are waiting for you to come to EUROCONTROL, to NATO, to EDA, to EASA, to ask for support, to request solutions, and to request development and implementation of those solutions. We are ready to support you. By saying that, I thank you very much. Wish you all a safe trip back, very suited, and hope to see you again safe and sane. Thank you, and goodbye.